leave, I'd stop right outside the door, like I usually do. Let's see. Let's go in then. It looks like that's everyone. Oh, this everyone, huh? There are a lot less of us now.
It's plain to see.
This is just half of what we started with.
Unfortunately.
Because we've allowed this game to continue, we must stop it somehow.
Right?
But we can't stop it now. We can't let the fun end.
Don't!
Cut it out. I'm certain this trial will be the last one.
Hey,
Let's focus on surviving this class trial first.
I guess.
You're right. If we mess up here, our numbers will go down even quicker. It'd just be the culprit left.
But...
That might be okay. Maybe that's just another way to stop the killing game. If we all die, then the killing game would end.
What?
Don't say stupid crap like that. It's pointless if we all die.
Okay.
Well, we don't have to worry. We've got the ultimate detective on our side.
You're right.
Yeah, it's time for the detective to shine. Shuichi, please keep up the good work.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Yes, I have to keep it together. This is the only time my talent can shine. I'm not just saving my life. Everyone's life is on the line. If I can't find the truth here, everyone will be sacrificed. And I will never let that happen.
Come on, man.
Why are you running like that suddenly? Hello? Unclear. Hey, Shuichi, you're getting all tense.
Huh?
What?
I mean,
Didn't I tell you before? Shuichi, don't carry the burden all...
You get it?
And didn't I tell you before not to get in the way, Kaito?
huh?
Huh? What's your problem?
You really don't
What
get
happened?
it.
Why is it running like this? It was fine, like, 2 seconds ago. Hello? Maybe if I do this... Oh, that's jumping around all weird. What is happening? We're all relying on Shuichi to carry our asses through this class trial, okay? You're like a parrot repeating the same lines over and over. You're bothering him.
Well, you know...
Ah, you think that's the most annoying thing you can do to Shuichi, you know that?
Huh?
What do you mean? I'm not...
Shut up.
Kokichi, you're annoying.
Please don't.
Whoa, Killer Girl's glaring at me. I was only kidding around. Seems to be fine now. Something about that conversation made it weird, I guess. Maki's glare seemed to do the trick as Kokichi turned around, dejected.
Jeez.
Finally, that pest is gone. Thanks, Maki Roll. Just suck it up, Kaito. Now's not the time to be bickering with each other.
Got it.
Ah, my bad, sorry.
Um...
Kaito, I'm okay.
Hmm?
Hmm?
Well,
I know what you want to say, Kaito. You don't have to worry.
I believe in you.
I see. In that case, I'll believe in you, and I won't say anything else.
Shuichi!
But if you have any problems, let me know. I'll help you. I'm here for you, bro.
thank you.
Thank you, Kaito. Weird. It might just be this room. All the moving textures are making something weird, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, Shuichi.
Talking to everyone before the thing. We'll be depending on you this time too, Mr. Ultimate Detective. Miu certainly wasn't perfect, but that doesn't mean she deserved to be killed. No one deserves what happened to her. Not a single person. Kitty, what are you doing? Oh dear.
That's so mean.
You must have it rough, Shuichi. That obnoxious guy is always bothering you.
Shuichi!
If you ever need my help, call me. I'll shut him up so he never gets in your way. Why are you yelling? You didn't forget, right? Remember who you are. Make sure you never forget that.
I believe in you.
I'll believe in you and won't say anything else.
Shuichi!
But if you have any problems, let me know. I'll help you. I'm here for you, bro. Oh, Kaito. I maybe should have talked to books. There's my alarm. It's 6:30 in the morning. It's fine. I maybe should have talked to him, but at this point it's kind of late. I'll save that for whatever bonus mode that it has in order to talk to people with.
Hey!
This time will really be the end. If not...
Going to do his best.
I'm going to not really understand what happened, but I'm going to try real hard to be useful this time. Alright. Let's everyone activate the file. You don't have to climb that way, kitty. Hey. The door's open.
Let's do it.
Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. The 8 of us got into the elevator. The door shut behind us. And like all those times before, we descended. It was dead quiet. The only sound I could hear was the beating of my heart in my ears. My body was trembling. The more I tried to control it, the worse it got. There's no way to get used to it, really, the fear of death. We were all fighting it, trying to be courageous. We all felt as though we were going to our own execution. No, not an execution. A test of our will to survive. Finally, the elevator stopped and the doors opened. And though I couldn't explain it, my body stopped trembling.
Welcome!
Welcome! Go ahead and stand behind any open podium. Oh, your asses. You don't want to see what I'll do to you if you keep Father waiting.
Huh?
Wait, is he back to normal?
Why?
Huh? You're not friend anymore. You jerks must feel pretty slick using Monotaur's forgetfulness to befriend him. He just decided on his own that we were friends.
You bastard!
But I won't let you trick Monotaur anymore, because he's already forgotten. He may have forgotten that he was on Dad's side, but now he's forgotten that he had forgotten that he was on Dad's side. Thanks to me, because I smacked the stuffing out of him. Yeah, how confusing. Well, whatever.
Really?
I can't remember, but one of you guys is the culprit, right? I can't be in the same room as a killer. It's dangerous. I'm gonna lock myself in my room. Maybe even set up a barricade. That's another death flag.
Anyway,
Let's get it started. Heart-racing excitement as the blackened and spotless face off. We went to our podiums as always. You know what we had to do. There was no protest left in us. It's already the fourth time. The fourth class trial was about to begin. Mio Iruma, the ultimate inventor. She may have given us a lot of trouble, but we all miss her. It's a tragedy after all. She helped me and Kaede with his cameras and gave Kibo extra functions. In the end, she had done a lot for us. And the culprit that killed her is one of us. I need to discover who that is. In order to survive, I have to find the culprit. And I will fight for it. I will fight with truth and lies in this class trial. Save prompt. Alright. I should be able to unlock a skill or two. Yeah. Not sure which one I should get, though. Let's see. Oh, that's the extra point thing if you shoot it. That's whatever. This is... Time penalty. No. Punching gauge. I think I was having difficulty with the argument element. I don't remember what the tension gauge is in that, but I remember that was a bit of a pain to deal with. So, hey, what are you doing? Hi. Yes. Oh. Be careful. Let's see. I don't think I can unlock any others. Oh, there's these, I suppose, but those are just to move the reticle at different speeds. I don't really want deal with that. So just that one should be fine. Gonna check over the evidence one more time. Alright. The victim is the ultimate inventor, Mio Iruma. The victim's body was discovered in the computer room on the 4th floor of the school. The estimated time of death is 6:30 a.m. No injuries can be found on the victim's body. Poison. A bottle of poison from the Ultimate Detective's lab was found on Kokichi's seat. The poison is neutralized if it's mixed into anything, but it is still quite dangerous, and even a small amount will kill someone. It causes subconjunctival hemorrhaging, leaving the victim's eyes completely bloodshot, which Miu did not have, so this is like a red herring that's probably something we'll deal with real quick before anyone else has anything else to say. Yeah. While Tsumugi was searching for the secret of the outside world in the virtual world's mansion, she saw Miu's avatar through the window. Loud noise. While Shuichi and Tsumugi were in the mansion's kitchen in the virtual world, they heard a loud sound as though something had crashed into something else. Shortly after, while they were both in the entrance hall, they heard Kibo's voice, despite the fact that he should have been past the map loading point. The Killing Game Simulator text file contained the following information. Objects can't break. Avatars cannot be injured, however the body's 5 senses are connected to the avatar, and any damage an avatar takes is felt by the user's real body. If an avatar takes fatal damage, then the real body will also die from shock. Besides that, the virtual world is the same as the real world, down to the laws of physics. There are no special travel methods such as vehicles or warps. Let's see. With the exception of Miu, who died before she could log out. With the exception of Miu, who died before she could log out, everyone only logged in and out once each. The timestamps for their logins and logouts are as follows. 2302, Himiko, Tsumugi, Kaito, Kibo, and Shuichi logged in. 2303, Maki logged in. 2304, Kokichi and Gonta logged in. 2306, Miu logged in. 517, Kaito logged out. 655, Kibo logged out. 655, Himiko logged out. 655, Maki logged out. 656, Gonta logged out. 656, Tsumugi logged out. 658, Shuichi logged out. 7 o'clock, Kokichi logged out. Kaito was the only one logged out from the virtual world. While he was looking for the secret of the outside world on the mansion's rooftop, a ring of light appeared suddenly around his feet, and he was suddenly logged out against his will. Not knowing if it was okay to log back in or not, he went to his room and slept. Let's see. While looking for the secret of the outside world, Miu volunteered to search outside the chapel and split up from Himiko and the others. While Himiko, Maki, and Kibo were searching inside the chapel, they heard a loud sound as though something hit the chapel from the outside. When they went to investigate, they found Miu's avatar on the ground. Himiko and the others ran back to the mansion to log out and check on Miu, but with no bridge, they couldn't cross the river. It was there they met up with Shuichi. Alright, so those three I'm sure are fine, since they were all together. They couldn't have done anything without someone else noticing. So it would have been someone over on the other side. For the visors to function, they needed to be plugged in to the computer with 2 specific cords. The red cord is for consciousness, and the blue cord is for memory. It is unknown what would happen if the cores were plugged into the wrong slots, but there's a chance that some kind of glitch might occur. Use corpse. Mia was found grasping her neck with both hands. She died with her eyes open and an expression of agony on her face. As the first to log out, Kiba was the first to discover Mia's body. She still had her visor on at the time. The first floor of the mansion in the virtual world has a salon, a dining room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The second floor is only the rooftop. While looking for the secret of the outside world, Kokichi searched the salon, Tsumugi searched the dining room, Kaito searched the rooftop, and Gonta searched the outside of the mansion. The virtual world is surrounded by walls on all four sides, and there is a loading point between the two areas of the map. The loading point splits the map into two sides, the mansion side and the chapel side. While going through the map loading points, sight and hearing are momentarily cut off. In order to go between the mansion and chapel, it is necessary to go through the map loading point and across the river that runs parallel to it. Toilet paper, found on the ground outside the mansion. Signboard uses bridge. The signboard is just long enough to use as a bridge to cross the river. There is only one in the virtual world. Mew threw it into the river, but it was later found stuck on the rocks in the river by the mansion. Yeah, the river doesn't run that way. So either it loops back around, at least for assorted objects, or someone grabbed it from wherever it washed up on the other side. This was probably used to strangle Mew, if I had to guess. Given how she's like reaching for her throat and such. And it won't break, that's the thing. And these objects don't break, and specifically when I'd gone into the bathroom initially as part of looking around, even though it didn't tell me to go in there, I was like, can I go into any of these other places? I could go in there. And Shuichi specifically tested if the toilet paper would break, and it did not. Miu and Kokichi's meeting. While everyone was gathered at the chapel, Miu told Kokichi to meet her on the rooftop of the mansion. However, when everyone was deciding how to split up to search for the secret of the outside world, Miu volunteered to search the chapel. Found on the ground by Miu's avatar, Miu claimed that she had rewritten the virtual world's programs to delete all dangerous objects that could be used as weapons. Cell phone. Found on the ground by Miu's avatar. Like the phone in the salon, it allows the user to log out by saying their name into it. However, it can also be used to force someone else to log out by saying their name into it. Miu's avatar. Found frozen and collapsed in the snow between the chapel and the wall where the virtual world ends. When a user logs out, their avatar disappears, but only if the user's real body dies. The avatar stays in the... But if the user's real body dies, their avatar stays in the virtual world. Whoops. Since avatars cannot be injured, it doesn't look any different from when Miu was alive. Everything in the killing game simulator is assigned one of two categories, human or object. Most avatars are set to human. However, Miu's avatar was the only one that was set to object. Let's see. Found on the ground by Miu's avatar. Not seen in the chapel before that point. And that was from the closet on the roof, although Shuichi didn't quite recognize that. Let's see. Kokichi agreed to meet up with Miu on the rooftop, but because the door to the rooftop was locked, he couldn't. Because of that, he returned to the salon and decided to search there. There are no witnesses who can confirm whether or not Kokichi was actually in the salon. Coordinates in the virtual world are represented on an x-axis and a y-axis. Miu added a wall along the length of the y-axis. The wall had a special setting that allowed non-human objects to pass through it. Setting on Kokichi. Kokichi's avatar had a special setting. If Miu touched him, he would be unable to move. And it seems like maybe she was planning to kill Kokichi or something. Or at least, like, stop him from doing anything. Avatar error. When everyone logged in for the first time, an avatar user error occurred. Can't use the things. So we have a reasonable amount of stuff here. The method of being killed seems straightforward enough, but the question is who was involved. Kaito got logged out before she died, so once we prove that it was something done in the virtual world, then we'll be able to clear his name. No one on the chapel side, aside from Miu, would have been involved since they were all together. And we know Shuichi didn't do anything. That leaves, Kokichi, Gonta, Tsunugi. Are they the only other ones left? Yeah, I think so. Because that's... And then the two more, and then... Yeah, that would account for everyone.
Now then, let's begin with a basic explanation. Ah, screw it. This is tiresome.
You need more motivation!
I do. I really, really do. Now then, let's start this class trial.
Before we start, I just want to ask something since there's not a lot of us left. What happens if the votes result in 2 first places?
Huh? You mean like a tie? It means they're both the blackened. As long as one of them is correct, it's fine.
Daddy, are you sure you should make a decision like that so casually?
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever.
Thanks. Since that's answered, I can start enjoying this life or death game now.
What game? How long are you gonna keep saying that?
I mean, that is how it's structured.
Just ignore Kokichi. The rest of us need to work together to find the truth. Got it! We can't die here! Oh my! Himiko has become so determined! It's true! People really do change!
But now she's lost what made her so unique.
That's none of your business!
We should focus on the class trial. First, we need to clarify...
Kaito's the culprit!
What? Say that to my face!
I looked for the poison. I know that it wasn't that. And we've seen that he was logged out well before he died. Like, it's not hard to put this together. I'm sure it's just missed.
While we were all still logged in, Kaito logged out alone, right? You were able to move freely. Doesn't that mean you could have committed the murder?
Don't screw around! There's no way I'm the culprit!
Kaito right. Kaito couldn't have killed Miu.
How long are you gonna keep saying that? Trusted people can still kill, you know. We already saw that a bunch of times. So many times. Since Kaede.
The fact that Kaito was the only one logged out is suspicious. But he's not the culprit. He can't be.
Kaito logged out first by himself. Mew was still logged in, though. That's when you poisoned her, right, Kaito?
No, that's the...
Kaito culprit? Impossible!
Of course it's impossible, because I didn't do it! I mean, we found that bottle of poison on Kokichi's seat, didn't we?
The culprit was trying to pin the blame on me. That diversion was part of your plan, right, Kaito?
Well, Kaito, any last words?
What do you mean, last words?
First, we need to decide if Mew was killed in the real world or the virtual world. That's where the problem lies.
Kaito logged out first by himself. Mew was still logged in, though. That's when you poisoned her, right, Kaito?
Kaito culprit?
Would the
Impossible!
Of course it's impossible, because I
Where's the... That's not...
didn't do
I
it!
didn't... There we go. Yeah, that's... Okay, that's where the information would be, but there's nothing I have that would say that her eyes aren't bloodshot. Aside from the fact that her eyes are open, but I don't think I have that.
I mean, we found that bottle of poison on Kokichi's seat, didn't we?
I guess it's the poison.
The culprit was trying to pin the blame on me. That diversion was part of your plan, right, Kaito?
Well, Kaito, any last words?
What do you mean, last words?
I'm just wondering what this is. Probably need to shoot the
Kaito
poison
logged
for
out
her.
first by himself. Mew was still logged in, though. That's when you poisoned her, right, Kaito?
There we go.
That's wrong!
Mew wasn't killed by poison, and the warning on the label proves it. Drinking the poison would result in subconjunctival hemorrhaging. In other words, your eyes would be bloodshot.
Oh, but Mew's body. That's right. Her eyes weren't bloodshot. She wasn't killed by that poison.
Then what was that poison for?
Distraction, I suppose.
Probably a diversion. The culprit wanted us to think Mew died by poison.
Then, what was her real cause of death?
Mew's real cause of death. The only one I can think of. The killing games.
This is it! Mew's cause of death was the killing game simulator itself. In the virtual world, if your avatar takes fatal damage, your real body dies of shock. That was made clear in the program's text file.
Mew received fatal damage in the virtual world and died from that shock.
In that case, it's fair to say that the cause of death was actually the simulator.
Gonta has question. Where is this virtual world place? What floor is it on?
Oh, Gonta. You missed everything.
If you don't understand, then don't say anything.
That's gonna be a bit unhelpful.
If Mew was killed in the virtual world, then the next thing we need to figure out is what caused her to incur fatal damage within the virtual world.
So her cause of death in the virtual world is the one that matters.
Oh, it seems like Gonta is confused. So why don't we review things a bit? So we split into two groups to find the secret of the outside world.
The ones who searched the mansion were me, Shuichi, Samugi, Gonta, and that NPC Kaito.
Hey, who you calling NPC, you ASS?
And the others who searched the chapel were Keyboy, Maki, Himiko, and the late Mew.
How could someone have given her fatal damage in that situation? That's what we gotta think about. Now, let's all work together.
Aww, little Himiko is all grown up. Too bad your chest hasn't grown up, though.
That was uncalled for! Someday, my chest will grow like crazy!
Oh goodness, I don't think you want that. That would be unfortunate.
Let's begin then.
The fatal damage that Mew received in the virtual world. Let's pin that down.
In the virtual world, Miu was fatally injured. So let's focus our efforts on that first.
Whatever did that to Mew was dropped right next to her avatar. It has to be the hammer!
Or going to beat her with his bare hands.
Their strength
Are
is...
we certain that blunt force was involved? I think strangulation is more likely.
Yeah.
It's possible she was pushed from a great height.
Could she have drowned?
We have to determine the specific cause of death. If I think about the condition of Miu's body, that should yield a clue.
In the virtual world,
how do I
Miu was
do-
fatally injured. So let's focus our efforts on that first.
Whatever did that
I
to
guess she's
Mew
a corpse. Thought she was
was
reaching for the
dropped
throat.
right next to her avatar. It has to be the hammer!
Or going to beat her with his bare hands.
Are we certain that blunt force was involved? I think strangulation is more likely.
There we go.
I agree. Miu's body showed severe trauma and signs of a struggle.
Yeah, she looked like she suffered. Very hard to look at.
Right. And the virtual world is connected to our 5 senses. If her body experienced pain, she must have been in pain in the virtual world as well. Knowing that, I believe Maki is correct. Miu was strangled to death.
Yeah, definitely. Strangling and poison are the only methods that can make her look like she suffocated. But we already removed the possibility of poison, so it can only be strangulation. Also, when a victim is poisoned, they commonly grab their chest or mouth. But Miu was holding her throat. It's obvious she was trying to protect her windpipe.
Oh, the assassin master gets really chatty when it comes to corpses.
In that case, her exact cause of death is being strangled in the virtual world.
But is strangulation even possible in the virtual world? If the avatars were equally strong, it would be difficult to strangle a resisting victim.
Yeah, if she was just as strong as them, no way they could have strangled her.
Then the culprit would need a tool. There are tons of cases where a weaker person would strangle a stronger person with a rope.
Oh, you were just thinking... Everyone else was just thinking with their bare hands. That was what they were doing.
Wow, you know a lot about killing, nerd.
But was there even a rope in that world? I don't remember seeing one.
Then they must have used something else as a rope.
Something else. Something for a rope. I have an idea of what it might be. I found it during the investigation. Right, so that would be... there it is.
This is it! During the investigation, we found toilet paper outside the mansion.
Is this toilet paper? What would toilet paper be doing here?
I'm guessing that the toilet paper was used to strangle her.
Gonta, no can ignore that!
Yeah, he doesn't quite get the functions.
What you mean, Shuichi?
Huh? What's wrong?
What, wrong? Shuichi goofing off! Not gentlemanly at all!
Simulator?
There's no time for nonsense! You know can use toilet paper in place of rope!
He's
What tear too easy?
here.
I'll cut through your words! The toilet paper wouldn't tear. Because in a virtual world, objects are unbreakable.
Unbreakable?
You're so dumb, Gonta. You didn't even know that?
If objects can't break in that world, then toilet paper shouldn't be able to tear. And since it couldn't tear, it could be used as a rope.
Gonta not really understand, but... Sorry, Shuichi. Gonta was wrong.
It's okay, Gonta. Don't worry about it.
Killed by toilet paper. It was a fitting end for her.
A fitting end? I do not fully understand that logic.
But if Mew was killed near the chapel, why was the murder weapon by the mansion?
Maybe the culprit tried to get rid of it to destroy the evidence.
If the culprit meant to get rid of the evidence, they did a poor job of it. There was a much better place where they could have destroyed it.
If toilet paper was the murder weapon, then what's the deal with the hammer next to her?
Perhaps the culprit prepared a backup weapon, just in case.
No, the culprit didn't bring the hammer.
No? But who else but the culprit would bring a hammer?
Wait, we already know who brought that hammer. The person who brought the hammer would have been me.
That's it! Mew was the one who brought the hammer.
Mew bring hammer?
Remember what she told us?
I rewrote the program to delete all the dangerous objects that could be used as weapons.
Yeah, she did say she deleted any dangerous objects.
If that were true, she wouldn't have missed something like a hammer. Meaning that Mew must have left it on purpose.
On purpose?
But why she do that?
Mew brought the hammer for sure, but what did she need it for? We need to make that clear. Let's see.
Let's assume that Mew brought the hammer. What was she planning to do with it?
Maybe use it to break down a wall?
Uses for a hammer. Gonta no! Mew gonna build stuff with hammer!
She probably just brought it for self-defense.
Or she secretly met up with someone and tried to kill them with it.
You idiot! She was the victim!
Okay. What was Mew planning to do with that hammer? That's still unclear. I need to think back to what she was doing, what her plan was.
Let's assume that Mew brought the hammer. What was she planning to do with it?
Maybe use it to break down a wall?
Uses for a hammer. Don't you know? Mew gonna build stuff with hammer.
She probably just brought it for self-defense.
Or she secretly met up with someone.
I agree. Mew was gonna meet up with someone in the virtual world.
Mm-hmm. With me. I was supposed to meet up with Mew on the roof of the mansion.
What? Is that true?
I overheard them talking about it at the chapel.
By the way, Mew asked to meet up with me before we went into the virtual world. I totally forgot where we were supposed to meet, so good thing Keyboy spied on us.
Wait, so Miyu called Kokichi out?
If Mew brought the hammer, I wonder what she was planning to do with it.
Kokichi's already figured it out. She was planning to...
That's it! She was trying to kill Kokichi.
She was what?
Yep, she plotted to meet up with me and then kill me with the hammer. If you want to prove this, you'll need to figure out Mew's plan, okay?
Mew's plan, huh? I'm sure if I analyze the clues we found, I can figure something out. Alright, let's do it. We just covered that. We just covered this. There she is. This is so weird. One thing, I did figure out what was wrong with the YouTube thing why I've been uploading VODs, why it wasn't showing anything on the main screen. Apparently you need to set up the, I think they call them shelves, that the videos go on. They're not just set up automatically, at least with, not even just one that just has all the videos as part of it. Where was me trying to kill Kokichi? I got that set up, so everything else is easy to find things. I would have been on the roof. Oh, virtual world. That should look nicer now. What we got? poison on Kokichi's seat. Oh, Mew didn't splash. Put that there. I see. Hello? Okay. I thought it was going to crash me into the wall when I had no control.
She wanted it to appear as if Kokichi was killed in the real world.
She placed the poison on my seat to make us think the murder happened in the real world.
She did that too?
What? Mew was the one who put that poison bottle there? No, that ain't right. Something's definitely weird about that.
Why?
When could Mew have put the poison there?
If she did place the poison without us noticing, then she must have logged out at some point.
No.
And then what? She logged back in?
Kokichi, weren't you in the salon around that time? Did you see her log in or log out at all?
Nope, I didn't see that at all.
No, it's because
If she hadn't logged in or out,
she had time.
then Mew couldn't have placed the poison.
Kaito.
Then who put poison bottle?
The only person who logged out early was Kaito.
Kaito, your grave just got 10 feet deeper!
No, it wasn't me, guys.
If the poison is planted evidence, the question is when it was planted. If we determine the when, we might also determine who.
When could Mew have put the poison there?
If she did place the poison without us noticing, then she must have logged out at some point.
And then what? She logged back in?
Kokichi, weren't you in the salon around that time? Did you see her log in or log out at all?
Nope, I didn't see that at all.
If she hadn't logged in or out, then Mew couldn't have placed the poison.
No. Okay.
Then who put poison bottle?
The only person who logged out early was Kaito.
Kaito,
your grave just got 10 feet deeper! No, it wasn't me, guys! When could Mew have put the poison there? If she did place the poison without us noticing, then she must have logged out at some point. And then what? Log back in? Kokichi, weren't you in the salon around that time? Did you see her log in or log out? Nope, I didn't see that at all. If she hadn't
Logged in or out, then Mew couldn't have placed the poison.
Then
Please.
who put poison bottle?
The only person who logged out early was Kaito. Kaito, your grave just got 10 feet deeper! No, it wasn't me, guys! When could Mew have put the poison there? If she did place the poison without us noticing, then she must have logged out at some point. And then what? Log back in? Kokichi, weren't you in the salon around that time? Did you see her log in or log out?
Okay.
Nope, I didn't see that at all. If she hadn't logged in or
Out.
Let's do this properly.
Then Mew couldn't have placed the poison.
Then
How
who
does-
put poison bottle?
Goes in between letters.
who logged out early was Kaito.
That shouldn't be
Kaito, your
allowed.
grave just got 10 feet deeper! No, it wasn't me, guys! When could Mew have put the poison there? If she did place the poison without us noticing, then she must have logged out at some point. And then what? Log back in? Kokichi, weren't you in the salon around that time? Did you see her log in or log out? Nope, I didn't see that at all. If she hadn't logged in or
Out. Then Mew couldn't have placed the poison.
There we go.
That's wrong!
Kaito, incorrect.
It was Mew who planted the poison on Kokichi's chair. She had plenty of time to do it. Here, take a look at this.
Is this a record of who went in and out of the virtual world?
That's right. It says that Mew was the last of us to log in.
Yeah, what about it?
If she logged in last, she would have had time to move around in the real world after the previous person logged in.
That's right. She could have placed poison bottle on Kokichi's seat.
This was all part of Miu's plan. She tried to kill me in the virtual world, make us think it happened in the real world, then pin the crime on Kaito.
Well, that's not my fault.
Which is why she manually logged you out, just for that purpose.
So she did that to me?
Yes, I'm positive of that. Miu used a method only she could use to log Kaito out manually.
How did Miu log Kaito out? Ben the cell phone, whatever that's at. Computer phone? Cell phone.
This is it! It was the cell phone found by Miu's avatar. That cell phone worked the same way as the phone in the salon. It logs users in and out.
Very weird. Schadenfreude. Yeah. Oddly, he doesn't seem to be reacting at all about, the fact that Miu was trying to kill him. I suppose, since it didn't happen, it's not that important. Let's see. It saw people out.
I verified this myself when I spoke Kaito's name into it.
Kaito Momota. He logged out, just as I thought.
I see. With that cell phone, she could force anyone to log out at any time.
But Miu never mentioned a cell phone, right?
That's what Shuichi referred to when he mentioned a method only she could use.
Yeah. Although this time it appears it's not super clear if the person she tried to kill is the person who killed her. I feel like Kokichi would be doing a little more to hide the fact that she went to try and meet up with him, if that had been the case.
She kept the cell phone a secret on purpose, so she could use it for the murder.
So, she really was planning a murder.
And she tried to set me up.
Well, I knew that from the start.
Then why did you say I was the culprit?
He likes to cause problems.
Because I wanted to get it through your thick skull. People you trust and defend will ultimately betray you. This is a game of suspicion. Well, I think your ideals should stay the same. Because phonies like you are what make the game more interesting. Don't you agree, Monokuma?
Do I? I don't know about that.
That is true. Yes, the freezing thing means Kokichi couldn't have done it. Which really only leaves, Tsumugi and Gonta. Tsumugi had been just in that other room. I'm not sure she would have had... Well, it's not super clear how long Shuichi spent searching that area. He probably wouldn't have noticed if she'd left, especially since there wasn't near as much to search in the dining room as the kitchen. Maybe he doesn't seem to understand the virtual world's functions at all, I'll be honest.
Huh? Wait, what were we talking about?
So Milky's kind of just not done anything the whole time. I was trying to talk to her, and if it is her and she dies, then that'll be like 3 trials in a row where at least one person I was trying to get through their free time events dies, and at that point I will just stop finding a new person because it will be too late. I will just stick with Kibo and Kokichi.
I wonder when Daddy's gonna get his motivation back.
Yeah, if Father keeps slacking off, all the work is gonna get forced onto Mommy.
Yeah, that was wild. And like, I had noticed a couple pieces up there, up on top of the shelf, that was like, hey, that's kind of weird. And I like investigate that better. There's this weird gap right above where Rentaro's head was. And I like look at that, and I could not. It would not let me. I kept going over there and trying to click on it, and it was like, nothing there. Oh well.
My head! I feel like I'm about to remember something, but I can't.
What's wrong, Monotaro? Pull yourself together!
Anywho, it's a blessing in disguise that Mew died and not me.
What you mean?
Because she wouldn't have said anything about what really happened in the virtual world. You guys would have had a way harder time finding the culprit, you know. She would have been able to lie about the virtual world settings as much as she wanted.
Yeah, no point in having Monotaro look into it if she'd been there. Plus, I don't think he'd
And
even
you'd
have
never know
bothered.
that the murder actually took place in the virtual world.
So that's why she decided to attempt a murder, because she had total control.
Then the reason Mew was so insistent we go into the virtual world was...
So you would have questioned why she was at the mansion. She did see her outside. I'm still not sure how she got over there, really. Unless the... You guys are only bitching because you haven't been to the virtual world yet. But once you go, you'll understand. Seriously, it's so fucking awesome. I know you guys will love it. And then you're gonna fall in love with me for showing it to you guys. So let's just dive right in, okay? We'll do it together.
She was insistent we go there so she could kill us. What a shady person.
Yeah. I just don't like the specific type of jokes and innuendo she brought. Not my thing. She seems interesting outside of that, but if she could, like, tone it down just a bit. I never bothered talking to her because there's other
I was
people.
sad that she was gone, but now I don't know what to think.
Nice! Backstabbed by a trusted friend. See? That's an ideal fun situation! Now we can start a real class trial!
Yeah. By the time I got into that point in Kurumi thing, I had, like, somewhat forgotten she'd been, like, in the room after everyone else left, and so I was like, wait, who am I meant to be accusing? It's sad. I'd been trying to talk to her, get her free time events, and then she was gone, so I had to pick someone else. And then that person was gone. the next time, and it's just like, I'm bad at picking people who will live to the end to try to talk to. I didn't quite expect Hirumi to live to the end, but I kind of thought she'd be involved in the Chapter 3 double murder situation. Like, someone would have tried to have her help with the murder, but then she'd be like, actually, wait, this sucks. I'm going to kill you now. Yeah. Angie, kind of annoying. Religious stuff is just, eh. Even if it's some weird made-up one that doesn't quite relate to anything around, but eh.
Hey, Kokichi sorta sound like Monokuma.
He's been doing this the whole time.
Really? I don't sound anything like him.
No, you're just like Monokuma. Both of you are cowards. You never speak the truth or show your true face.
Wait, coward? You say some interesting things sometimes, Kaito.
Smiling, putting on a mask, never saying what you really think. That kind of cowardice is just like Monokuma.
May. Is anything in particular happening in May?
Daddy, they're calling you a coward! Aren't you gonna do something?
Yeah, I just gotta do my signature laugh, right?
Oh, I don't really
There,
watch
I did
Marvel
it.
movies. I think the last one I watched had been, like, Deadpool 2, if that even counts. I'm not sure it does. I don't think it's connected to the rest of them. Other than that, I think the last one I might have watched might have actually been Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Marvel stuff's just not my thing. Or maybe it was Spider-Man. One of those. Although I do intend to eventually watch Spider-Verse. I haven't yet, but I've heard the animation is really good, and the various GIFs I've seen do look pretty nice. I just haven't gotten around to it. I've been looking at other stuff. I watched all the Gorillaz music videos recently. Because I'd seen the video essay on the Gorillaz Plastic Beach thing, and I was like, oh, neat. These don't look near as bad as I vaguely remember seeing on Tumblr, where there'd been some music video which included a character from the Powerpuff Girls, and so it was all over Tumblr at the time. And something about their characters' designs was just so off-putting that I blacklisted the tag and avoided it at all costs. I don't know what the problem was. I've watched that video since then, and they don't bother me. Got something in my eye. The music's pretty good, though.
He's completely lost his drive! Like a one-hit wonder who clings to their former fame!
My head!
Well, he was acting fine earlier. Even, like, right before when he showed up to announce the murder had occurred, he seemed fine. It was only when he'd shown up for, announcing that it was time for the trial. I had sort of assumed it was because they're here real early in the morning before the announcement even went off. And he'd had to keep an eye on the whole thing. So if he's being run by some person, they probably weren't anticipating having to be awake this early in the morning. It's unclear if it's actually like a human person behind that, or if he's some kind of AI robot thing again.
Listen up, Kokichi! To hell with this game of suspicion crap! I will never be okay with it. I'm just gonna believe in everyone.
Maybe no one seems to be actually tired, though. I think it had been explained as their bodies being more or less asleep while the virtual world is happening, so they might be reasonably well rested, at least physically.
Instead of suspecting my friends, I'm gonna find the truth by believing in them.
Well, if you think you can win this game like that, then sure, be my guest.
Of course I can. I don't need your permission.
How long are you guys going to argue? Let's hurry this up and continue. If we don't find the culprit, then we'll all die, you know that?
Someone did punch him a bit ago. I think it was Kaito, actually.
Oh, you're right. I'm
I
sorry.
think it was like the start of this chapter, maybe? Maybe the start of the last chapter? One of those. Someone punched him.
If we are going to begin searching for the culprit, let's start with Kokichi's story.
Huh? My story?
You were meeting with Mio, but she ended up as the victim. So it's only natural for us to think you're the killer, right?
Here's my answer. I never met up with Mew.
You didn't?
I tried to go to the roof to meet up with her, but the door was locked.
But isn't lockpicking your specialty? You should have been able to open it easy.
Not if you didn't have the tools.
I couldn't pick locks with my avatar body. I didn't have the tools for it either. Also, I never went to the roof, not even for the meeting.
Well, you went up there and then you said you found it was locked. Although I suppose that could still make that statement true. You just never went onto the roof. You just couldn't.
I remember you and Gonta went off together when we first started looking.
Yeah. She's like, oh, I have the magic. I will not show you the magic, ever. Don't worry, I have it. And it's just like, yeah, okay, Himiko. That's not helpful right now.
But was the door to the roof actually locked? When I was on the roof before logging out, the door wasn't locked.
Huh? How should I know?
Then who locks the door to the roof?
Yeah, she's got character development. She's trying very hard to be more energetic after Tenko died. She's trying her best.
I already told you. How should I know?
When I went to the roof, it wasn't locked. So you gotta be lying.
Someone could have locked it afterwards. That's not...
What good would it be if I lied? I don't want to die either, you know.
Lying would do you a lot of good if you're the culprit.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize that.
What kind of response is that? That's suspicious as hell!
Wait, there's no point in arguing about that now. The truth will come out eventually.
Yeah, he's interesting. The thing about him is it's obvious when he's lying. At least reasonably so, and it's just like, if you were supposed to be tricking people, you'd be trying to do a better job at this.
Before we get to that, we need to discover the truth behind Mew's death. Truth? There were mysterious circumstances surrounding her death. We need to make sense of those first.
Right.
Wow, Shuichi, you know your way around this game. Yes, keep up the hard work. The fate of our lives rests in your hands.
So, what is this strange circumstance?
Kokichi claims it was Mew who chose the meeting place. But I'm wondering how she got from the chapel to the mansion's roof.
I haven't quite covered that yet.
I see. Mew sent the bridge connecting the mansion and chapel into the river herself.
Whoops, my hand slipped.
If that's the case, then Mew might not have even gone to the roof.
Huh? So she stood me up? It's very rude to break a promise.
Well, we already know she was trying to kill him. She wouldn't have tossed that away if she didn't have a plan to get back. Probably tossing that away was more to clear up any suspicion on her. Like, oh, if it had gone through, like, oh, I couldn't have gotten over there. Obviously, the bridge was gone. And then, presumably after that, they just wouldn't have bothered retrieving the bridge, and she would have told them about being able to just log someone else out from the phone. Unless that's only something to be done from the cell phone, but it could have been done from the actual salon. Not made clear. It's true. First we need to determine if Mew was actually there or not. Did she go, or was she never on the roof at all? I guess that means we need the mat that came from the roof that was near her. I don't know why she had that really. No.
Mew was waiting for me to arrive.
Oh, so maybe the count for...
I'm sure she was waiting on the rooftop of the mansion.
No, Mew should have been at the chapel. If you look at where her avatar fell, it's right next to the chapel.
How would she have gotten to the mansion? There was no bridge over the river.
A bridge would be the only way to get across.
So, her meeting with Kokichi...
She stood me up!
Alright. At first glance, it seems as if it's impossible for Mew to go to the mansion. But there has to be some evidence that shows it was possible.
Mew was waiting for me to arrive.
Alright.
I'm sure she was waiting on the rooftop of the mansion.
No, Mew should have been at the chapel.
No, oh, no. Give it,
If you look at where her avatar fell,
okay.
it's right next to the chapel.
How would she have gotten to the mansion? There was no bridge over the river.
A bridge would be the only way to get across.
So, her meeting with Kokichi...
She stood me up!
Right. Get to the mansion, gotta ship it.
Mew was waiting for me to arrive. I'm sure she was waiting on the rooftop of the mansion.
No, Mew should have been at the chapel.
Nope,
That's wrong!
There we
Mew must have gone to the mansion. We have a witness.
Yeah, when I was searching the dining room, I saw Mew pass by the window.
Then why didn't you say so sooner?
go. She did. Just not to you, I guess.
Sorry, I thought I was just mistaken at first. Since there was no way she could have come to the mansion. But I guess I wasn't mistaken after all. That was definitely Mew.
Then, how did she get to the mansion from the chapel?
It must have been some special method only Mew knew, like with that cell phone.
There's no doubt about that. That's why she dropped the bridge. If a murder occurred when it was impossible to cross the river, she wouldn't be implicated. She used a secret method to move from the chapel to the mansion for the murder.
She dropped the bridge to make a huge scene just to let everyone know it's no longer there.
So, what secret method did she use?
It won't be that easy to figure out. It's called a secret method for a reason.
No worries, guys. As long as we leave it to Shuichi, everything will be A-okay.
What?
What are you saying? We can't just rely on Shuichi all the time. This class trial's for all of us. We're here to solve this together.
Well, someone's working on teamwork.
You would just slow down Shuichi.
Shut up!
I don't have time to deal with Kokichi. Right now, I need to focus on the case. I'm positive that Miu used some kind of special method to get her to get to the mansion. Okay, I just have to figure out what it was. Right, it's probably that wall over to the one of the sides. I would assume the right side, since that's where she
Way
was.
across it only Miu knew about.
Like a hidden bridge besides that signboard, maybe.
Or instead of bridge, Miu used some kind of vehicle to go over.
Or maybe she teleported with magic. Or she used a warp zone.
Maybe there's a place you could cross without a bridge.
A hidden route that only Miu could use to get across.
That's the one.
I suppose it is possible she used that to change places.
Man, you guys are way off.
You're not helping.
Or maybe I'm just pulling your legs.
Kokichi. The secret method only Miu knows. She tampered with the program. It's hard to imagine that has nothing to do with it. Okay, you need to stop. We have spam. Blah 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 blah. Vanished. I'm sure she changed something.
A way across it only Miu knew about.
Like a hidden bridge besides that signboard, maybe.
Or instead of bridge, Miu used some kind of vehicle to go over.
Or maybe she teleported with magic. Or she used a warp zone.
Maybe there's a place you could cross without a bridge.
A hidden route that only Miu could use to get across.
There we go.
I agree. That's it, Kibo. There was a hidden route only Miu could use.
Was there really?
Miu modified the program to add a special wall to the world. The wall stretches along the y-axis, but we found 2 such walls in the virtual world. It's unclear whether Miu added the wall by the mansion or the wall near the chapel. We do know that that wall was set so that only objects could pass
Don't
through.
be naive, Shuichi.
Hi. I know what.
What is it, Kaito?
Jeez, can you set up a weird wall like that? That is suspicious, but it's got nothing to do with what we were talking about.
It does.
Nothing to do with it.
Huh. You don't even realize your mistake? Are you losing your edge? Oh well, my sidekick's mistakes are my mistakes. I'll make it right.
You missed some context.
What we gotta figure out is how Miu got from the chapel to the mansion, right? So why waste time talking about the impossible? It's pointless. We gotta take a whole new approach here.
Now, wait just a second. It's not actually impossible at all.
But you just said so, didn't you? That wall Mew set up only lets non-human objects go through it.
Alright.
Humans aren't able to pass through. So Mew obviously wouldn't be able to go through that wall.
No.
She's not just an object after all.
I'll cut through your words.
Kaito, you missed some pieces.
The wall wasn't the only thing that Mew changed. She also changed her avatar settings from human to object.
From human to object?
Which means the virtual world treated her avatar as an object. She could have passed through a wall that only non-humans could go through.
Is that right?
Don't get ahead of yourself, Kaito. We need to listen to everything Shuichi says.
You kinda did interrupt him.
I already told you. The more you try, the more you cause us trouble. It's so totally lame that your own sidekick is dissing you!
Kokichi, please.
Kokichi, enough! I wasn't arguing with him. I was just explaining.
I don't care. That doesn't bother me at all. It just means even I make mistakes. Don't worry about it, Shuichi.
Okay.
It's pretty funny seeing Kaito try to act all tough like this.
He always does that.
Kokichi, please refrain from making such irrelevant and irrational remarks.
So, if Mew messed with the program and made a wall only she could go through,
Then her secret route was through that wall?
that's it, right? Like using a glitch in a game to walk outside the map.
I think it might have been a little more simple than that.
I bet Mew had a hidden passage like that in the back of the chapel.
But even if she could walk through walls, was there really a hidden passage? Because Mew said...
No, you're not trapped here. Beyond that wall is the end of the world, literally. Past that wall, nothing exists. Everything ends there.
She probably lied. There would be no point in going if there was nothing on the other side.
Alright.
You lied. Huh.
I wonder what the truth is. There's no way to find out now.
That cum-soaked urinal cake was totally lying about there being nothing past the wall.
That's not a very polite way to say things.
She lived a life of pride, vulgarity, and secrets. Lying would be a piece of cake for her.
I mean, yeah. I'm sure there was something on the wall.
You no have to go that far.
I'm sure that's probably where the hammer was. And the bridge probably washed up over there somewhere.
Stop it! Don't badmouth Mommy!
Nanataro!
Listen to you, talking about Mommy like she was a terrible lying whore. But Mommy wasn't lying. There was no hidden route in that virtual world.
Oh, you did look at it.
Oh, there wasn't, huh?
Hey! You can't tell them such an important hint!
Oh, if you say that hint is important, then I guess it must be true.
Oh, shoot!
Ah, jeez. You're lucky you're cute.
Was Kokichi saying all that stuff about Mew to get the cubs to reveal something? I guess I should thank him, but I have no idea why he does things sometimes.
So now that we know there's no hidden route, why did she manipulate the program? If there's actually nothing past the wall, then that setting was meaningless.
Mew wouldn't have done something meaningless. She would have had a plan.
Yes. Mew definitely wanted to be able to go through that wall for a reason. We aren't sure why yet, but once we solve the mystery of the virtual world...
Mystery of virtual world?
Gonta,
There have been a lot of strange occurrences in the virtual world. If we can determine why, we will also determine what Miu was up to. We'll know why she wanted to pass through the wall.
All right, let's clear up those strange occurrences.
Yeah, Gonta will help, even though Gonta not know what you're talking about.
Speaking of strange
Gonta,
occurrences,
you
I'm
are,
just plain worried about that one thing.
Gonta, you are one of the suspects. There's like 2 of them. Not that
Remember? That thing that made us notice all the strange occurrences?
no one else has really decided to say anything about narrowing things down. It has been the events that led us there. You mean the loud noise? The noise. Smokey's account. Both of these things.
This is it! You mean the loud sound that you and I heard in the kitchen?
Huh. What was that? Sounded like things breaking, but things don't break here. Odd. Oh, wait. What was that sound? It sounded as if something was struck very hard. It came from outside, but...
You all heard that sound too?
Yes, in the mansion's kitchen.
But that sound occurred near the chapel. How did you hear it all the way at the mansion?
First off, sound can't go past the map loading point. Did that sound really come from the chapel?
Maybe there was a 3rd building, and all the buildings or interiors are on the same map. A lot of games do that. I think, what's it called? A Link to the Past had that. If you could get under the floor in the first castle, you could actually walk all the way to the end of the game, just the room the Triforce is in. You could just go there.
That sound was something hitting the chapel wall. It was real loud.
And we definitely heard it. We heard Kibo's voice as well.
For now, let's go outside and check. Oh no. What? That was Kibo's voice, right? I think I heard him outside. He sounded close.
You heard my voice too?
What? That is pretty strange.
Exactly. That has to be some kind of clue to the mystery of the virtual world.
Okay, well, let's check the answers later and try to find all the other clues first. There was another mysterious phenomenon in the virtual world, wasn't there?
Kokichi talked like he noticed something, pretending not to know.
Even Gonta is suspicious of me? I always thought you would be the one to trust me!
Sorry, Gonta not mean it like that.
Oh, please.
There's no need to apologize to him. He's probably just lying again.
What was the other strange occurrence? Did you see it, Shuichi?
Another mysterious phenomenon. Something that shouldn't be possible. Like Miu in the mansion or that loud noise. I need to remember everything else that happened in there. Oh, this thing. What the fuck? need the clock. I think anyway. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We okay, pretty sure that's what we need. Is there anything else? This second. The kitchen. No, we don't need the kitchen. Right? Wasn't there a Monokuma in the last one? The one here. Oh well. Give it to me. Oh my god. This.
I see it! The sign that we were using as a bridge was odd to me.
Odd how?
We mentioned it before, but Mew dropped the sign in the river.
Whoops, my hand slipped.
We found it later, but there was something unnatural about it.
Finding the sign was definitely weird. I'm most confused by how the sign got there. I should remember exactly what happened with that sign. Alright, here we go. Okay. Another one of these. Alarm's going off. It's fine. I didn't move side to side. What point? Sign board. Car. Okay. Which point was the signboard flipped away? What time? Oh, at the river. That's where things go. Where is the end of the river? It's on the chapel side. And then it'll be like, and where did we find the thing? Okay. Moving things and cars in the road. Please. nowhere else for people to fit. Oh, that's good. Here, to the river's pond, which way did the sun go? Which way should it have gone, or which way did it go? I guess which way it actually went was against the current, where it was the boat. Okay, I'm sit in the middle.
It connects! It appeared as though the sign was carried against the river's current. We all saw Mew drop the sign and watch the river carry it downstream. And the river was wide there. The sign should have traveled downriver toward the chapel, correct? It should have hit the wall on the far side of the chapel and stopped there. But that's not where we found it. We found it near the mansion, nestled in some rocks.
The signboard should have been near the chapel, but we found it on the other side.
Hold up. Didn't you stay on the chapel side? She probably grabbed the signboard from the chapel wall to cross the river. Then left it on the boulders near the mansion so she could get back.
Why would she leave the signboard where it could get swept away and leave her stranded?
Also, this has nothing to do with walking through the wall, right? We're getting off topic.
Well, if she could walk through the wall, if it were the one set as that, then the board could also go through the wall.
We're so close to the truth. We just have to connect the how and what. All the mysterious things that happened have to connect with each other somehow.
Connect how?
A wall only objects can pass through. Sounds that shouldn't be heard. A signboard going against the river current. How are they all connected?
Good games.
I don't know, but Shuichi should know, right?
What?
We would be in a lot of trouble if you didn't. The only one who can solve this mystery and save us all is you.
I'm just trying to make him nervous.
So, how are they connected? Do you know, Shuichi?
Ah, well, what we know so far is that the unnatural way the sign was carried is possibly related to the wall.
Let's see. The fact that it can let objects through it? Yeah, I guess.
This is it! It might have to do with a wall that only objects can pass through. The sign should have stopped at the wall on the other side of the chapel. But if that wall happened to be the one that Mew set to allow objects through,
I see. It's a wall only non-humans can pass through. That means the signboard can pass through the wall, right?
Even if it could pass through the chapel wall, how did it end up by the mansion?
The only
way it could do that is if the wall was a warp zone. But it's not, right?
It should be. That's right. And that's the real issue here. How could the signboard pass through the wall but end up on the mansion side? What would explain that?
Leave it to me, Shuichi. I, your partner, will give you hints in times of trouble.
What?
This is the virtual world. We should throw away all of our common sense, okay?
Right.
Huh? The hell does that even mean?
It's a video game. It has video game rules. Kokichi might be onto something there. We need to forget about what we know and just think about it. How did the signboard pass through the wall downstream and end up upstream? Putting common sense aside and focusing on the flow of the river. How did the signboard pass through the wall downstream and end up upstream?
That's it! What if both ends of the river were connected?
Huh? Both ends of river connected?
Exactly. To put it another way, the river isn't cut off at the wall near the chapel. It's all part of one big loop. The upstream part of the river is connected to it.
What? What are you talking about? Both ends of the river can't...
Again, throw out all common sense from your head. We're talking about the virtual world.
Then what about the wall? There was only one wall that could be passed through.
Right. Even if the river's connected and it goes through the chapel wall, it wouldn't have been able to go through the mansion wall too.
Wait, in that case...
I got it! I know why Mew only set up one wall.
What are you talking about now?
The reason she only set up one wall is because the chapel and the mansion walls are the same wall.
That's it! The walls by the chapel and the mansion aren't separate. They're the same wall.
The same wall?
It's not just the river. The walls themselves are connected. Don't think of it as two separate walls, but a single wall parallel to the y-axis. That single wall divides the entire virtual world. The idea is, you pass through the wall by the chapel and come out by the mansion.
Everything is starting to connect. See, didn't I tell you? Everything is connected.
Damn it, Kokichi! Just tell us...
It's okay. More importantly, this is the final stretch! If both the river and wall are connected, then you can find the secret.
Oh, where that hammer would have been. But I guess she could have just left it somewhere outside the chapel area.
Shuichi, you already know the secret behind the virtual world, right?
It's a loop. A little cylinder. The secret, huh? Yes, I suppose we should clear that up. We need to solve the mystery of the virtual world. Hey, let's grab it. What, and not put it in. Loop, loop. We have a word for it. No. This is loop. Loops. It's a cylinder. Loops, like with an S. I see. Oh, down there. I see.
I see now.
Yes, that's it. The virtual world is a loop. Loop?
Just like in old games, right? Like, for example, when a character goes off the left side of the screen and reappears on the right.
Yes, exactly. The edges of the virtual world are linked together in a continuous loop.
The virtual world loops?
What in the world?
If that's true, it would explain the way the signboard was swept away. It vanished into the wall downstream of the river, came out of that same wall upstream, and floated with the current until it got caught on the rocks.
What was the world like before Mew added the wall?
Presumably you could just walk back and forth. Not sure what the loading zone would be for then, though. Seems kind of pointless.
Actually, there wasn't a wall on the y-axis at all, and the x-axis was set to loop.
Are you serious? Even if it is a computer program, isn't that too crazy?
Have you never played, like, this old Mario Brothers arcade thing? It was in a mini game in Mario 3. It does that.
Looping world. That's more extraordinary than even magic.
But at least it's not a boring answer. It also explains all the things that happened.
Huh? It doesn't explain everything, does it? Because we still don't know why we heard that one sound or Kibo's voice.
Yeah, sound doesn't go past the map loading point.
But would it go past the map loop point? Unless that's also a loading point. Because I don't see why there'd need to be just one loading point in the middle of the map if you could avoid it entirely and walk completely to the other end of it. That'd be weird.
Actually, if we know that the world is a loop, we can explain that as well.
Huh? Really?
Yes, but first we need to be clear where the loop starts.
Where the loop starts. Doesn't it loop at the walls next to the mansion and chapel?
Not necessarily. If we heard a noise at the chapel from inside the mansion, then the loop...
Oh, I see. The loading point is the point where it loops?
There!
That still seems like a weird design
The map
choice.
loading point was where the virtual world looped.
Why would you do that? It's not loading anything if you could walk from one side of it to the other side without loading anything. It's a weird design.
We thought the loading point was in the middle of the map. But the loading point was actually at the edges.
So the wall Mew created wasn't at the edges of the world, but rather...
I suppose it would have been a fairly continuous thing where it could load everything slowly, but then it doesn't have everything on the other side set up.
Her wall was at the center of the world.
Not like there were that many trees, though.
I see. So the mansion and chapel were near each other, with a wall between them. And any sounds emitted near the chapel would also reach the mansion. The wall only allows non-humans to pass through, so sound should be able to pass through easily.
That's right. That's how the virtual world works.
Impressive, Shuichi!
Why are you laughing like a supervillain?
For you to get this far! Yes! Yes! You are useful indeed!
For you to get this far? What are you, some villain pulling the strings?
Nope. Mew pulled the strings here, not me. Remember?
That's true.
Mew also set this trap. It all began when Mew showed us the map. Because of the map, we mistakenly thought the loading point was at the center. Which in turn made the mansion and chapel seem farther away from each other.
But the structure of the world wasn't actually like that. There was a wall along the y-axis, and the x-axis came around in a loop.
By putting that wall in the center of that world, she cut off the loop.
So ever since Mew showed us that map, we were caught in her trap. But we solved this mystery thanks to Shuichi. All hail our savior!
Yeah, if Shuichi wasn't here, then we never would have solved this mystery.
Now I'm putting a lot of pressure on him.
That's right. Good work, Shuichi.
Thanks, Shuichi. You saved us.
You're welcome.
Just because we found out the virtual world's secret doesn't mean we can take it easy yet. Actually, this culprit hunt just got to the exciting part.
Right? Figuring out who...
Even if we know all the tricks, it's pretty meaningless if we don't find the culprit. That's how a class trial works, after all!
Just gotta narrow things down.
Kokichi talking like Monokuma again.
No matter what you say, I'm not gonna believe your lies. I'm gonna believe in everyone. That's how I'm gonna reach the truth.
I can't wait to see what happens next!
What is Kokichi's plan here? He's definitely prodding at Kaito on purpose. Oh, there's no time for distractions like him. What we have to do is find the culprit who killed Miu. It doesn't matter how many little mysteries we solve if we can't find the culprit. It would all be for nothing. But I still don't know for sure who it could be. Who used Miu's own plan against her to kill her? Who killed Miu? Intermission. Save the game, yes. Man, I'm bushed. I got no motivation at all. Model Fanny's very to sleep too. Why are you? Father, how do you know Model Fanny's cycle?
And another
Never mind that. Perhaps this lack of motivation is due to a lack of hibernation.
Eh?
Lack of hibernation. Yeah, I haven't been sleeping well lately, so I haven't really been able to hibernate. That's awful. What could be causing it?
Ah!
Is it because you have a lot on your mind? Is it because the graveyard shift pays a better hourly wage?
Really?
Is it because you don't want them to think you're just goofing around? Is it because you want to stay friends? Is this new? Is it because you want to watch it in real time? Toddler. He's gone into hibernation. We should let him be.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. Night night. Okay. They're always annoying.
My head!
I mean, I guess at least with these guys, they got rid of like the most annoying of them first. This guy. But still.
Monotaro! Pull yourself together!
I feel like I'm forgetting someone important to me, but I just can't. My head! My head hurts so much, I just can't remember.
Have you forgotten? Maybe that's for the best. From this point forward, let's start a new life for ourselves. After all, our baby is excited to meet his daddy, you know?
Daddy? Wait, what? I'm gonna be a father?
You guys have fun over there.
What a colossal death flag. I'll be surprised if he doesn't die after that.
For how much you're pointing it out, it honestly seems like you might pull a swap and have Monofani die.
More importantly, let's continue the conversation where we left off.
We understand Mew plotted the murder, but we need to find out who killed her.
And in order to figure that out, we need to understand Mew's actions. So let's discuss her murder scheme step by step.
I know that's important, but hearing you lead the conversation really pisses me off.
Let's see. Mew manipulated the virtual world to use it as part of her murder plan.
Don't just ignore me and start anyway.
I mean, someone has to do it.
If she had succeeded, she would have gone past the wall between the chapel and mansion.
Right.
And then wham! Murdered me on the roof with the hammer.
She would make the murder seem like it happened in the real world, and then pin it on Kaito.
We still would have been able to say that it wasn't because of the poison that was in there, though. 'Cause his eyes probably wouldn't have been messed up either.
As for Mew's alibi in the real world, she could say she was locked into the virtual world. And in the virtual world, she could say she was near the chapel the entire time.
She'd make an excuse about how she couldn't reach the mansion because of the fallen bridge.
I'm gonna show it in proper. Oops, my hand slipped.
She dropped the bridge on purpose so she could separate the chapel from the mansion. Then secretly passed through the wall she installed and took advantage of the loop. After, she headed to where we were supposed to meet up, the mansion's rooftop. Yeah, Kaito was probably logged out around that time too.
That's when I saw Mew.
Problem is, because of her murder plans, we don't even know where she was killed.
She was killed on the roof, right?
That would make sense.
Kokichi told us the roof door was locked and that he couldn't get through.
Maybe that when culprit kill her.
That's probably what happened. The culprit killed her on the locked roof.
Did the culprit lock the door to the roof?
Probably. Otherwise, she would have still been waiting for Kokichi. No reason to lock him out. Unless she locked it to keep anyone else but Kokichi out.
Perhaps. I don't think Miu did it. If Miu did lock it, she would have done it when she called Kokichi to the roof. Even if someone came up, I don't believe she would change the target of her plan. She knew that Kokichi would come up later. Locking the door would be suspicious.
Well, it's possible she didn't even think that far ahead.
She was smart, but she was also really, really dumb.
No say such mean things! Killing game bad, not Miu. Miu not bad person. Grown to think we could have been friends, if things different.
That might have been difficult, even without this killing game.
Yeah, Miu's kind of.
That wouldn't happen.
Nuh-uh. No way, Jose.
Huh?
It's not your fault. It's Miu's fault. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, let's continue the discussion. If Miu was killed on the roof of the mansion, the culprit must have moved Miu's avatar to the chapel after killing her, right?
I think they used the...
So the next thing we should talk about is how they moved her avatar.
the weird mat that was in the closet as like a sled because the roof was a bit tilted. Just set her on that, set her off. There she goes, crash into the wall.
Now we know the mansion and chapel were actually next to each other. But the problem is the wall between them.
Only Miu was able to go through that wall. The culprit wouldn't have been able to.
Then you're saying the culprit sent Miu's avatar through that wall?
Yeah, that's the only way, right?
But how did the culprit send Miu's avatar through the wall? I mean, it's not like they could have thrown her.
Go to not throw her!
We know. You couldn't because the avatar's physical strength was equalized.
Physical strength equalized? That problem! Gonta no can protect everyone if that happens!
Gonta, you figured that out before, we told you.
Jeez, keep up with us. We're already in the second half of the class trial.
How did they send Miu's avatar to the other side of the wall? Maybe that thing has something to do with it. You know, the loud sound you heard?
Ah. What? What was that sound?
Because of that sound, you guys went to the side of the chapel. Right, Keyboy? That's when you found the dead Miu there, right? If so, then I think that sound and her avatar being by the chapel are related.
Yes, there's no doubt in my mind that the noise is related to this case. We need to figure out what that sound could have been. It might be the clue we need to solve this case. So what was it? It sounded like something slamming hard into something else. So what were those two things? It could be... It sound we heard, like two objects colliding.
That's it!
sort of all those things.
I
hit
think the
wall,
sound
like
came
with
from
action.
Mew's avatar hitting the chapel wall. The hammer, cell phone, and lattice were there, but they were too small to make that noise. Ruling those out, the only other explanation is that the sound was Mew colliding with a wall.
If that's the case, Mew's avatar must have hit the chapel wall really hard. We felt the impact all the way from the inside of the chapel.
Yeah, that's the real question. Mew's avatar probably hit the chapel's wall with pretty considerable force. But why did it hit the wall with such force? Can you guys figure it out?
Hold on, Kokichi. What's up with the way you're talking? Why are you talking like you know everything?
Well, he's probably figured it out. He's pretty clever, honestly.
Let's not worry about that right now.
Plus, he might have seen something and it's just been like this the whole time just because.
More importantly, we gotta solve the mystery. Fighting among friends is a waste of time.
Friends? Us?
Anyway, can we talk about that after we figure this problem out?
A way of transporting Mew's avatar that would cause it to crash into the chapel.
Getting Mew's avatar to crash into the chapel from the mansion's roof. There's only one way I can think of how to do that.
Hey, Shuichi, as your partner, I'll give you a little hint.
No, I got it under control.
You what?
Since the mansion was on top of a hill, the roof was pretty high up, right?
Sure was.
Past the brick handrail, the roof was at a pretty steep slope.
Uh-huh. I got
And the
that.
slope faced the chapel wall. On top of that, there was snow on the roof.
No, I put this together already, buddy.
If the culprit needed force to move the body, I wonder how they did it.
Kokichi is talking as if he's already got the whole thing figured out already. But I can't let him distract me. I need to solve the case. Shuichi, did you not figure this out? Buddy. How to make Mew hit the chapel wall from the roof of the mansion. I'm going to find the answer. Another one. Sledding. Maybe slid. Maybe what you're going for here. Slid off the roof. Slid off the roof. Huh. Need an F.
I see now.
Why are you so muffled in that one?
The culprit used the sloped roof as a slide for Mew's avatar. Slide?
Aw, man. Even with the slope and the snow, Mew's body wouldn't have slid.
Wrong. It would slide.
But the avatars can generate friction. We wouldn't have been able to walk otherwise. So I doubt that it would have had that much momentum.
No. It would slide.
It wouldn't slide, just like Maki Roll said.
It would slide, just like Shumai said.
Like who?
Who the hell is Shumai?
Oh, he's a pupil of Ramen Man. Sorry, my hobby slipped in.
Okay. I'm positive that that's how Miu's avatar was moved, but maybe the culprit used something else as well to help the body slide. Right? That would be... It's so straightforward. You don't need to make an argument.
Even if her avatar slid off the roof, would it slide off that quickly?
Well, duh, it would.
If it made that much noise, it must have built up a lot of speed.
Hitting these doesn't
Lots
seem
of
to
snow
cause any
piled up on
problem.
roof. But not frozen solid, right?
You'd still slide, though.
In the real world, it might be difficult. But in the virtual world, perhaps not.
Right.
It's not the issue. Sliding down snow is easy to do. You just need a sled or skis to cut the friction.
Right.
There was nothing like that around, though.
There was.
That's wrong!
No, wait. There was something that could have been used to help slide Miu's body. Do you remember the lattice that was found by Miu's avatar? The culprit laid her on top of that, then used it as a sled on the roof. I did notice the lattice in the storage room when I first looked. But during the investigation, I saw that it was gone.
The lattice that was found next to the chapel is the one that disappeared from the roof? Then that's it. The culprit used the lattice as a sled.
Ding, ding, ding! That's correct! After the culprit killed Miu on the rooftop, they placed her corpse on a sled and slid her down the roof's steep slope.
The sled picked up speed, flew off the roof, glided through the wall only objects could pass through, and hit the chapel.
Green. There's a green in the corner. This is just part of the virtual world thing. Odd.
The impacts made all of her belongings scatter, including the hammer and cell phone.
Just like that hedgehog who loses all his rings whenever he crashes into stuff.
Sonic. I still haven't played Frontiers yet. It won't run on my computer. I need to upgrade my computer because it's old. It's got like a 720 video card. So I'm surprised it's able to stream this game. Initially it couldn't. Not very well. I was able to adjust some settings though.
I hate that guy and his worldwide fame and his stupid games, and I hate that hedgehog!
Right?
Daddy, I'm glad you're feeling motivated again, but you shouldn't be so hateful. You gotta be an example to our new family.
Yeah, Father. Or should I start calling you grandfather now?
Now that we know how the body slid down,
Yeah,
we're just one step away from the culprit.
Just not gonna engage with that.
Well, Shuichi, do you know who the culprit is?
We haven't quite brought up the stuff that clears you of suspicion, so it'd be weird to make that claim this quick. The culprit.
Yeah. In the end, we'll still need to guess the culprit, huh?
But Gonta can't believe one of us killed Miu.
However, since we know she was killed on the roof, we can narrow down the list of suspects. Meaning, the culprit must be someone who was investigating the mansion. Aside from you, the people at the chapel could not go through the wall or cross the river.
So that means the suspects are Kaito, Samugi, Shuichi, and Gonta.
That's real sneaky, leaving yourself off the list.
We do have a thing for...
Ooh, you got me!
But it can't be Kaito either, because he was logged out way before then. Didn't log back in. That's right. We have 5 suspects. Me, Tsunugi, Gonta, Kokichi, and Kaito. We don't know enough to name the culprit yet, but one of them is suspicious. When we were talking about the rooftops, they clearly lied. But what reason would they have to lie? I'll need to press them for information before making any judgments. Oh, who lied about the roof? Yeah, you were just like, no one could fall off the roof or slide. You were the only one up there, I guess. No. Okay. No, who's... I can't pull up the... Lots of snow. Let's slide off quickly. Not that much noise, not frozen solid. Virtual world. Who lied about the roof? That's a reasonable. Slide. What? Guitars. A lot of snow piled on the roof, but not frozen solid. That's not it. I don't think that'd be it. No one leaves footprints, but no one left footprints on the ground either, so that wouldn't be much to say. I don't think frozen solid would be relevant. The cookies. Just saying, for pretty reasonable stuff, just like, you'd slide, you'd be fine. You're annoying. What? Okay. Who's lying about the roof? All of these seem reasonable. Proof. I'm just like, no, it wouldn't. You prove you wrong. You're being reasonable. Don't the snow on the roof? Maybe?
Lots of snow piled up on roof,
It's not on the part you stand on, but it's everywhere else.
but not frozen solid, right?
No, Gonta. Unless it just But Kokichi didn't say anything wrong about the roof. No. Alta doesn't understand. Okay. Kokichi, did you say something? I guess he is the one. Oops, okay, that's faster than I thought.
It's you!
Okay. What precisely did he say about it?
Kokichi, there's something I need to know.
Unless he means, like, way earlier, about it being locked, maybe.
What do you need to know?
Why did you lie just now?
Which lie are you talking about, Shuichi? I lie a lot, so you'll need to jog my memory.
Fine. I'll expose your lie right now.
Will you? Also, I never went to the roof, not even for the meeting of that part. That was ages back. Thought you meant something, like, relevant. It all began when Miu showed us the map. That's probably what happened. The culprit killed her on the locked roof. Oh,
It was that testimony that bothered me.
I just kind of put that off. Like, yep, he didn't go on the roof because it was locked. He went up there, he couldn't get there, and then he left. Oh. Oh, there's words in this one. What's that say? There's a few of them here. That's probably... Probably what happened. Culprit killed her on the roof. I'm not good at this. Also, never went to the roof, not even for a meeting. You... Again, you showed us the map. Okay, I see. That didn't help. Really?
I see it! When you were explaining that the door to the roof was locked, you said...
Also, I never went to the roof, not even for the meeting.
But later, you said...
Since the mansion was on top of a hill, the roof was pretty high up, right? Past the brick handrail, the roof was at a pretty steep slope. And the slope faced the chapel wall. On top of that, there was snow on the roof.
That's a lot of specific information. Stuff you wouldn't know if you hadn't been there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah! Now that you mention it, how did you know all that stuff?
You could probably see the steep slope of the roof from outside the mansion. But you wouldn't know about the brick handrail unless you went up to the roof yourself.
Huh? What?
Alright. And we're gonna need to prove you couldn't do it because you would have been frozen in place or whatever.
What's this all about, Kokichi?
Gotcha.
Did you actually go to the rooftop?
I didn't. I already told you that before.
Why you look so
This
nervous?
isn't helping.
Is this a sincere reaction?
No.
But there's no evidence that proves I went to the roof. Oh, wait, I remember now. That thing Himiko said.
Me?
At the start of the class trial, I remember you saying the handrail was made of bricks.
I don't know.
Ooh, you so clumsy, girl. Gotta be more careful there, Himiko.
Didn't everyone come up to the roof when we all came here for the first time? Everyone but Kokichi and Golda, I think. They went off to do whatever.
Is it my fault?
Himiko really say that?
She totally said that.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
She did not.
She did too.
Then when? Tell me how long ago. In hours, minutes, and seconds.
It's not helpful.
What a worthless fight!
Stop them, Grandpa! All this terrible fighting is bad for the baby!
Yeah, Grandfather. Stop them before your grandkid is born.
I'm not gonna apologize, because Himiko said it.
He's just not interested in engaging in that, I guess.
So damn stubborn.
How much longer are you going to behave like this?
We don't have time for this. But Kokichi is stubborn. He won't fess up no matter what. But if he's being stubborn, it makes me think he has something to hide. Get him to show his hand. I have to prove he was on the roof. I might not like it, but I have to be aggressive. If we don't get the whole truth now, everyone's lives are in danger.
I didn't go to the roof.
I've had enough of your lies, man.
I'm not lying. The rooftop door was locked and I couldn't open it.
So what did Kokichi do?
I turned back at once, of course. And stayed in the salon the whole time, you know?
Liars burn in hell, you know.
If you're lying, I'll set your pants on fire!
That's fine, because I'm not lying.
Then why do you look so nervous?
Kokichi is lying for sure, but if he keeps throwing different lies at me, I have to fight fire with fire. Oh? So when I lie, let's see. I know witnesses. I see. You're gonna say, no, I wouldn't to see the salon or something like that. You weren't there.
I didn't go to the roof.
I've had enough of your lies, man.
I'm not lying. The rooftop door was locked and I couldn't open it.
So what did Kokichi do?
I turned back at once, of course. And stayed in the salon the whole time, you know?
Liars burn in hell, you know.
It's not.
If you're lying, I'll set your pants on fire!
That's fine, because I'm not lying.
Then why do you look so nervous?
I didn't go to the roof. I've had enough of your lies, man. I'm not lying. The rooftop door was locked and I couldn't open it. So what did Kokichi do?
I turned back at once, of course. And stayed in the salon the whole time, you know?
I'll reveal the truth. Kokichi, you're lying right now, aren't you?
Huh? Lying about what?
Just before the murder occurred, I went to the salon to check on you. But you weren't there.
What? Really?
I think He'd probably say, "No, you super didn't. I did not see you pass by," but
I waited there for a while. You never showed up.
What's this all about, Kokichi? Didn't you go right back to the salon after finding the roof door locked?
I see. You use underhanded tactics too, huh, Shuichi? So who are you guys gonna believe? Shuichi or me?
I feel like that's not much of a competition.
Well, of course I'm gonna believe Shuichi.
I believe Shuichi 100%.
The one who's not Kokichi.
100 house points. Oh, no. Himiko points to Shuichi.
Not with that.
But to go to the salon, Shuichi would need to pass by me in the dining room.
Yeah.
I wonder why I didn't notice Shuichi there.
You didn't think this through.
Oh well. I'll believe Shuichi anyway. He's usually right about stuff.
Sorry, but going to believe Shuichi too.
I see. I wanted at least Gonta to believe me.
What comes around goes around. That's what happens to liars like you.
Why do you guys hate lies that much? There's only one truth, but endless possibilities for lies, you know? And some of them are only white lies, or lies to be kind to people. If you deny all of that just because it's a lie, then that means you guys are just terrible at being lied to. Seriously, the worst!
Just spit it out already. You went to the roof, didn't you?
Isn't that where he met up with Miu?
No, he didn't just meet her there. He probably...
Okay, fine. I'll tell you if you want to know that badly. Consider this my revenge.
Revenge?
You got some balls lying to me. I'm gonna take away your fun for pissing me off, Shuichi. I won't let you do any detective work, or deduction, or mystery solving, or anything.
Oh? How are you going to do that?
So, I'll confess everything. You guys better listen carefully.
Fess!
A confession? So you are the culprit after all.
No.
I came up with a plan after Miu asked me to meet up with her.
No.
She asked me pretty eagerly, too. So I decided to pry some info out of her. She gave me the rundown of the virtual world before she explained it to you guys. As I listened, I realized she was planning a murder. On me, no less. When I investigated the virtual world, I found out that a person can die from shock. Without a doubt, she planned to use that for my murder. So that's when I decided to prepare my own crime with her plan. I pretended to cooperate with her and lured everyone into the virtual world. That's also why I worked together with Monokuma.
Oh yeah, what was that about? Doesn't seem to have much
You
to do with
worked together with
what's actually
Monokuma?
happened here, as far as I can see.
I guess the jig is up. Yeah, everything he said is true. Kokichi came to me with an idea to make the killing game more interesting. It was such a good idea, I decided to place a motive in the killing game simulator.
Oh.
You added a motive? Then the secret of the outside world is the motive, right?
That wouldn't get someone to kill someone. Well, I suppose, depending on what it is.
No fair! Monokuma can't take sides!
I I didn't help him with anything, and I had nothing to do with the murder itself. He merely suggested a way to spice up the killing game, and I accepted. Kokichi and I had a quid pro quo relationship. Technically, that doesn't violate the rules.
Bullshit! No matter how you look at it, you guys are working together.
Shh, calm down. I'll explain my relationship with Monokuma, so let me finish my confession.
I'm fine with that, but you're confessing without much of a fight.
I told you. I'm gonna get in the way by taking away the mystery-solving fun. If I can't win this game, then I'll make it boring for everyone. That's my revenge. Well then, the culprit is Gonta.
Oh. Okay.
What?
Why?
Huh?
I know it's not you, because you couldn't have touched her without messing things up.
What did you...
Wait! When did Gonta kill Mew?
That's a lie! He didn't kill her! Kokichi's just lying!
Now you're trying to pin things on Gonta? Do you really expect us to believe such an obvious lie?
Yeah, there's no way Gonta could commit a murder this complicated. He's not smart.
It's my turn now. The truth is, Gonta and I worked together. We formed a duo to end this killing game. As the Killing Game Busters!
What Busters?
We must win this killing game in order to end this killing game.
What you mean, we?
By the way, I came up with the murder plan, and Gonta carried it out.
Gonta what?
I wonder if this has to do with that error.
Why are you more surprised by that than the first thing he said?
'Cause Gonta have no idea what he's talking about.
Come on, quit lying and tell us the truth.
Gonta is telling the truth! He's not someone who lies all the time like you!
And no matter how naive Gonta may be, I doubt he would ever team up with Kokichi.
He did team up with Kokichi a few times. We saw that.
Yeah, not after insect meet and greet incident.
You were following him around the virtual world, huh?
It's obvious what he's trying to do. Gonta doesn't understand the virtual world, so Kokichi's trying to trick him. He's trying to sacrifice Gonta to escape from his crime!
You're a terrible person! How dare you use Gonta like that?
You're right. I'm sorry. I did something horrible to Gonta. I didn't want Shuichi to hog all the glory, so I told everyone the truth!
Cut that out! I told you it's not gonna work!
Don't you think I could have pulled the strings and made Gonta carry out my commands?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's possible or not, because I say it's just impossible!
Kaito, that's not helpful.
It does matter. There's no need to bring emotions into class trials.
Yeah.
All we need is logical thinking. Right, Shuichi?
What?
Gonta not understand what's going on. But still. Gonta not kill Mew. Gonta really not know anything. And also, Gonta not tell lies. and going to not make trouble for others. Cause that not how gentlemen act. That why Gonta not culprit.
Yeah, Gonta's not lying. I can tell just by looking at him.
I already used my magic to check. Gonta's definitely not lying.
Even if he isn't, something weird could have happened.
Then let me ask you guys. If it's not Gonta, then who's the culprit?
We're gonna accuse you, and we're gonna be like, no, actually, it couldn't have been because of this weird thing.
You, of course!
Come on! There's already proof that I couldn't have killed Mew.
There's already proof?
There is.
Oh, did you forget already? Then let me make it clear again. Why I can't be the culprit!
What is this face? Why are you so spooky? Studying Kokichi's avatar.
I am not the culprit. Didn't I prove that to you guys already? The clue is how Mew is killed.
You got strangled to death, right?
Toilet paper was the murder weapon.
Mew would have totally resisted if she was being strangled, right? Then it would have been impossible for someone as weak as me!
That's not the point.
You talking about the strength of your virtual avatar? That wouldn't matter if you strangled her from behind.
In which case, even if she did resist, the most she could have done is merely touch the culprit.
Right.
Exactly. She couldn't struggle much. So you could have kept strangling her, no problem.
See, I told you I'm not the culprit.
How'd you arrive at that conclusion?
If it's already been proven that Kokichi is innocent, we should have evidence of that. Before we can say one way or the other, we have to clear something up.
I am not the culprit. Didn't I prove that to you guys already? The clue is how Mew is killed.
Mew got strangled to death, right?
Toilet paper was the murder weapon.
Mew would have totally resisted if she was being strangled, right? Then it would have been impossible for someone as weak as me!
You talking about the strength of your virtual avatar? That wouldn't matter if you strangled her from behind.
In which case, even if she did resist, the most she could have done is merely touch the culprit.
Exactly. She couldn't struggle much. So you could have kept strangling her, no problem. That's wrong!
I must disagree with Kaito so very much. I wonder if he's going to be bothered by that.
Actually, maybe it wasn't possible for Kokichi to strangle Mew.
Why wasn't it possible?
Mew modified my avatar, so if she attacked me, I wouldn't be able to resist. If Mew touched me, then I'd be unable to move.
Huh?
So I would have had to kill her instantly, such as stabbing or hitting. I couldn't have murdered her by strangulation, because it'd be game over if she touched me.
What?
Well, if you were using the toilet paper, you wouldn't need to touch her directly.
But if you can't be touched while you're wrapping the toilet paper around her neck, then it would be impossible.
Not entirely impossible, but very difficult.
Which means, as long as she died from strangulation, it couldn't have been me.
Wait! What if it was something besides strangulation then? Like...
We already covered that.
There's no doubt Mew was strangled. We already discussed this.
Kaito is really desperate to make me the culprit. No matter how much you whine about it, you can't change the truth. The culprit who killed Mew is Gonta Gokuhara! This is the truth you all adore so much.
No! Gonta not kill Mew! it true! You gotta believe Gonta! Gonta would never hurt anyone!
I believe you. You've been risking yourself to protect everyone. There's no way Gonta would kill. He won't even kill bugs.
I believe Gonta too. I'm not gonna listen to Kokichi's lies.
Of course! Who'd believe a liar like him? He's lying about Gonta being the culprit, so there's no point talking about it.
We only really have 2 suspects left. When you rule out Kokichi. Technically, the rest of them wouldn't be able to rule out Shuichi because he was, you know, off in the kitchen. They didn't see him. But we can rule out Shuichi. I don't know about that. If we want the truth, we might have to ask uncomfortable questions.
Right, Shuichi? You think so too, don't you?
Huh?
I know how important it is to believe, but as the ultimate detective, I know we can't solve this case with belief alone.
Huh?
It's just that something doesn't add up. I have this feeling something's off. We can't keep going back and forth like this. We need to discuss this.
What, you wanna suspect Gonta?
Too bad, Kaito. Looks like Shuichi agrees with me.
No, I'm not trying to...
Oh, the irony! It's all thanks to Kaito that Shuichi got his act together as a detective. And now, Shuichi's intuition as a detective has made him more suspicious of others. Well, can't be helped. That's just what a detective does.
That's not it, Kokichi. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone
Shuichi, Gonta really not do it. Gonta not culprit. Please, believe Gonta.
I believe that you probably didn't intend to do it. I think something's gotten messed up.
We might as well discuss it.
What?
As a precautionary measure, that's all. I think we need to seriously discuss whether Gonta was capable of committing this crime. Only then can we arrive at a logical decision.
You guys, why don't you get it? That's just what Kokichi wants. He's just trying to split us up. Shuichi, open your eyes!
We need to take things...
But 2-for-1 Truth Special!
Hello.
Sorry to ruin this tense moment, but you guys seem pretty evenly split right now. So, the Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
So we're gonna do that again?
Shuichi, why? Why don't you understand? You're my sidekick, aren't you?
It's not like we're blaming you.
Kaito.
You're pretty clear of this whole thing. Of course I want to believe Gonta. I don't want to think that he killed someone. But as the ultimate detective, I can't turn away from the truth. I need to find the truth.
Shuichi, are you saying that Gonta is the culprit?
I got this! I can't say for sure he's the culprit. I'm saying we can't rule it out.
Gonta is such a sweetheart. He wouldn't hurt a fly.
Kokichi!
Don't you realize these so-called sweethearts can commit crimes too?
Could Gonta have even made it to the rooftop without being noticed?
Kibo! The entrance hall is all that separates the rooftop from the mansion exterior.
There should have been witnesses at the entrance hall.
I got this! No, none of us were in charge of the entrance hall.
But Kokichi confessed he was working with Monokuma.
Kokichi!
I did cooperate with Monokuma, but only on a temporary basis.
It's all a lie. Kokichi is the one who killed Mew.
Kibo!
That isn't possible, because Kokichi's avatar had special settings.
Gonta not kill Mew! Honest!
I got this! The truth is, Gonta could have murdered Mew.
Oh, that's right. Probably need to do this.
This is our answer!
It's getting
In my opinion, as long as it is possible that Gonta is the culprit, we have to discuss it.
That's ridiculous. You're going to believe Kokichi over Gonta?
That's not it at all. I just want the truth. If we're going to survive, I have to find the truth.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
But Gonta telling truth. Gonta really not culprit.
I still don't think Gonta's lying.
But didn't I tell you guys already? If you're planning to expose a liar, then you have to corner them psychologically.
Hold on. People are waking up.
Only then will they reveal their true self as a liar, hiding beneath a layer of deceit. That's why it hurts my heart to persecute Gonta like this!
Next time I come up on a trial, I'm gonna have to start it up earlier. Not sure who will actually be able to show up, even if I started at like 5 a.m. Oh well.
Gonta, if you understand, then do it right. Make logical arguments for the truth.
Logical arguments?
It means use your head to make arguments.
Use head?
What I'm trying to say is, if you aren't the culprit, then you gotta prove that you aren't.
But Gonta really not know.
Gonta, how exactly are you the best entomologist if you're this bad at the scientific method?
I'm sick of hearing you say you don't know! God, why are you so dumb?
Gonta just want to help everyone! like true gentlemen.
You're a true gentleman? More like a true nincompoop.
Hey! Now that's just bullying.
Bullying? Yeah, so what? That's what you do in this game, right? You guys blame and gang up on me, but now you're gonna pretend to be good people?
Oh, dear.
No, I never ganged up.
This is troubling. People are getting up. I wasn't expecting the trial to be so long, take so much forever. People are getting up and need to.
Gonta, argue back already! Just make an excuse or whatever!
Stop it! That's enough!
Yelling at him's not gonna help.
Stop what? You mean stop the game? Hey, do you even know what you're saying?
Yeah, I know. What about it? I don't want to survive if it means I have to stoop to your level.
Oh, that's a low blow right there. Then just die in a hole for all I care! We want to live, so stop getting in our way!
Quit it. If you don't shut your mouth, then I'll shut it for you. Permanently.
Maki, please, calm down.
Sorry. It's Gonta's fault everyone's so upset. But Gonta telling truth! Gonta really not culprit! Does Gonta not know anything? Really?
Cut it out already! That's all you've been saying this whole time!
You're the one that needs to cut it out.
Wait, what did Kokichi say? All you've been saying this whole time. That's true about Gonta. This whole time, Gonta's been saying he doesn't know anything. Gonta not understand either. Miu like this when Gonta wake up. Gonta was sleeping too. Had strange dream. Gonta not understand anything. Gonta not know. The murder already happened when Gonta wake up. But why this happened? Why Miu killed? Gonta not understand. Gonta not understand anything. Because Gonta have no idea what he's talking about. But when exactly did he start using that defense? Gonta started saying, I don't know when...
That's it!
That's it. It was after he logged out. That means...
Did Gonta get into an accident in the virtual world?
Accident?
The accident that hurt Gonta, and that was... Avatar error, probably.
This is it! When we logged into the virtual world, an avatar user error occurred.
Some sort of avatar user error occurred when you all logged in for the first time. An error? The contents of the error are unknown, so I can't provide any details. But something strange definitely happened to someone's avatar when you all logged in.
An avatar user error? Ever since Gonta logged out, he's been saying, I don't know, I don't understand.
Did he mix up those wires?
That's because Gonta doesn't understand the virtual world, right?
That's what I thought at first, but I think it's because of the error.
What you mean?
If that error is what it's affecting Gonta, and it's making him forgetful and loopy, then what was the error? What could it have been? Oh. Cord? Memory cord. Memory error. I think it comes. Error cord. L. Loop. Loss. Okay, that's what it wants.
I see now.
There's a controlled word.
I believe it's possible that Gonta doesn't remember what happened in the virtual world.
Huh? He doesn't remember.
You started saying, "I don't know anything," after leaving the virtual world. I think that's the result of some kind of memory error.
Oh, that's why he doesn't remember anything that happened in the virtual world. Not even killing Mew.
What? That's ridiculous! Quit screwing around!
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
What do you mean he doesn't remember? He's just confused.
Gonta told us he was bad with computers, remember?
What was he?
Memory or no memory, Gonta
Oh, it's 'cause it's
never
setting
hurt
this up.
anyone.
No way Gonta's the culprit!
Culprit.
Okay. Look across this, it's gonna be the device instructions.
Gonta never hurt anyone.
Doesn't remember because
He doesn't remember a
Gonta
thing
wants
about
to keep
the virtual
everyone
world.
safe.
computers.
You did it, but you don't remember
He
doing
would
it,
never
right?
kill a friend.
If there was a glitch,
That's something we can
Gonta,
just
it's
assume.
gentlemen, protect friends.
it should have affected all of
He
us.
has slipped out before.
Your lies aren't protecting anyone.
But because we're all
But Gonta
okay,
can't even kill an insect.
Gonta not lying.
that means there was no
That's a
glitch.
weak
I
argument.
swear, please believe Gonta.
Gonta introduced anything. I know it sounds crazy. It's no wonder it's hard to believe. But this is the truth.
Gonta never
So you're
hurt
telling me
anyone.
Gonta
Doesn't remember because
doesn't remember a thing
Gonta
about
wants
the
to keep
virtual
everyone
world?
safe.
Can I just...
If there was a
Is that
glitch,
something we can just
Gonta, it's
assume?
gentlemen, protect friends.
Oh,
it should have
Gonta.
affected all
I
of
mean,
us.
he has slipped out before.
Your lies aren't protecting anyone.
But because we're all
But
okay,
Gonta can't even kill an
Gonta
insect.
not lying.
that means there...
No,
That's a weak
how
argument.
I swear,
Please.
please believe
Gonta.
Gonta.
Gonta, you're not helping. Blah, 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 blah.
If there was a glitch,
That's something we can just assume.
That means they're...
Nice.
I heard it! The cause of the error that affected Gonta's avatar is the 2 cords on the helmet used to log into the virtual world.
Put the red consciousness cord in the blue port, and the blue in the right port, and the blue memory cord in the left. Out of curiosity, what happens if you switch the cords? I don't know. I've never done that before. Probably gets all glitchy or something.
I think that Gonta messed up something with the cords, causing the error.
If he mixed the consciousness and memory cords, then there'd be an error with memory. Like an error that won't let you bring your avatar's memories to the real world?
What?
Gonta, do you think it's possible that you improperly connected the cords?
Huh? How Gonta's supposed to remember that?
He couldn't have messed it up. I said it over and over. Right is the hand you hold your chopsticks in.
Oh, but Gonta holds chopsticks with this hand.
That's your left hand!
What?
Oh, dear.
Looks like it's decided!
What's decided?
Gonta's left-handed. Which means
He's
you
wrong,
confused
isn't he,
him.
Gonta? You remember the virtual world, don't you?
Gonta not remember. Gonta not even go to this virtual world place.
What?
Gonta fall asleep when he put helmet on. When Gonta wake up, Mew dead. Gonta not know what happened. So, Gonta worry. Gonta not understand what everyone talking about.
Poor Gonta.
No, it can't be.
But Gonta try his best to understand. Gonta imagine real hard.
That's enough, Gonta. We already know.
Know what?
We know that you totally forgot about teaming up with me and killing Mew.
Wait a minute! That lie! Gonta not kill Mew! 'Cause why would Gonta do that?
You do still need the explanation for that.
Yeah, it's a lie! I'll never accept this! And besides, Gonta's got no motive to kill Mew!
I already gave you my testimony on how I came up with the murder plan.
And I'm saying I don't believe you!
Kokichi, if what you're saying is true, why did you plan it this way? You wanted to plan the murder yourself, but have someone else carry it out?
Is the person who planned it also included as a blackened with the perpetrator?
Nope! Only the person who actually commits the murder becomes the blackened!
Then there's no incentive to just plan the murder.
Chaos.
But Gonta's such a gentle soul. Why would he agree to this?
Hold on! That hasn't been decided yet!
Who cares about the motive? Let's vote for the culprit already!
I care about the motive.
Well, I don't care. Finding the culprit is more important in this class trial. Talking about the motive is meaningless. It's not necessary for this specific case.
No matter what you say, I'll never believe your lies.
We all agree that Gonta is the culprit, right? It would be impossible for anyone but him.
Impossible? Why?
It's pretty obvious if you use the process of elimination. Which means, Shuichi, you'll be my partner, right?
Me?
Because if you don't face the truth, then we'll all die, right? And you don't want that, do you? Okay, let's begin!
Quit screwing around! I'm done putting up with your selfish bullshit!
Kaito, we should listen to his explanation. Our lives depend on it.
So, we can now take Keyboy, Himiko, and Maki off the suspect list.
I really gotta get this fixed.
Shuichi, would you care to explain? I doubt they'll believe it if it came from me.
Taking them off the list should be fine. They just couldn't get over. We already dealt with that. The reason Kibo, Himiko, and Maki can be eliminated as suspects is because they can access the crime scene.
They couldn't get to the crime scene, could they?
The bridge from the chapel to the mansion was gone, and only Miu could pass through the wall. The three at the chapel had no way to get to the mansion, so they couldn't have done it. Kaito is the next one off our suspect list, and you know why, right?
Because he'd been logged out before it happened. Reason why Kaito isn't a suspect.
Kaito had logged out ahead of us.
Miu logged Kaito out from the start. But she did that to make us think the murder happened in the real world, right? Since we figured out the actual killing happened in the virtual world, it would have been impossible for Kaito, who had already logged out. Miu's time of death was around 6:30 in the morning. That's after Kaito logged out.
Kokichi's completely running the show now.
My synergy with Shuichi is super on point now, so let's move on to the remaining suspects. Gonta, Samugi, Shuichi, and me. Samugi and Shuichi can be crossed off. But what's the reason for that?
They were more or less together.
Tsumugi and I are witnesses to each other's alibis.
They do not pronounce these names the same.
Both of you heard Miu hitting the chapel wall, right? The culprit was definitely on the roof during that time, since they slid Miu down. Because of that, Shuichi and Samugi can't be the culprit. That leaves only Gonta and me as the remaining suspects.
And you have to...
And you're the culprit!
We already covered this, Kaito.
Sorry for getting your hopes up, but didn't I already explain that's impossible?
The reason why Kokichi can't be the culprit is...
If Miu touched him, he'd freeze in place. Kokichi wasn't capable of strangling her.
So then, it's down to one person. And who was that again?
Who was texting me? Hold on, I have to deal with this. Oh, Gonta.
Well, who is it?
Don't answer, Shuichi! You don't need to answer that!
We do sort of need to deal with this mess, though.
This is all Kokichi's trap!
There's only one suspect left. Only one person could have done this. Oh, Gonta.
It's Gonta.
Shuichi?
Yup, Gonta is the only person who could have committed the murder. You get it now, right? That's the truth we were all reaching for. The thing you guys wanted so badly! A truth without any lies! Yu Iruma's killer is Gonta Gokuhara!
I did look it up one time because his voice sounded familiar. Actually, the same voice actor as Ryuhiko. Also, Shuichi's is the same as Leon's, apparently.
Really? Did Gonta really do it?
Jeez, is that really your reaction? It would have been fun if you went all crazy. But you forgot everything, so oh well. A culprit who can't remember their murder is pretty interesting. So, better than nothing. If Gonta remembered, his cover would have been blown so fast, especially since he's an idiot.
Hold on. I still haven't accepted this. This has gotta be Kokichi's trap. I still believe in Gonta. He's not the kind of person who'd kill.
Kaito.
I already said this a million times, Kaito. You shouldn't use emotions to
You want proof? I've got your proof. After Tsumugi and Shuichi heard Kibo's voice in the mansion, they ran outside. And who did they see out there?
Oh, Shuichi and Tsumugi. Gonta, did you see Kibo around here anywhere? No, Gonta not see him.
Gonta.
Kokichi said it himself. When Yu's avatar crashed into the chapel wall, the culprit must have been on the roof.
I see. If Gonta's the culprit, it'd be weird if he wasn't on the roof.
He climbed in.
It's possible that he fled the mansion after he heard the impact.
You'd have to go through the entrance hall to get outside the mansion from the roof. Is that where Shuichi and Tsumugi ran to when they heard the crashing sound?
Then maybe he jumped off the roof.
That's not possible. That rooftop was pretty high up.
He might have used the toilet paper as a rope.
Normally, Gonta could have done it, but his avatar wasn't strong enough. How about that? Now you get it, right? If Gonta was the culprit, there's no way he could have been outside the mansion.
Now you can't say Gonta's the culprit. Congrats, Gonta!
What? Really?
It would have been so nice if that were the truth. If Kaito were right and this horrible trial would just end. But
No, that's wrong.
What?
Just because Gonta was at the mansion doesn't mean that he isn't the culprit. All the culprit needed was a way to get from the roof to outside the mansion.
Huh?
Looks like Shuichi got it. I'll leave the rest to him.
Kaito, I know how you feel. I know because we all feel it. But we have to face the truth. No matter how cruel that truth may be, we need to face it to survive.
Whose side are you on, Shuichi?
Kaito, please!
Aren't you my sidekick? Was that just a lie?
You're kind of the one who decided that.
Kaito!
Fine then! I'll tear that sorry reasoning of yours apart and wake you up!
I can't doubt my detective work now. If I want us all to survive, I can't back down. Oh, look at that. That's
I'll
cute.
never accept this! Don't you know Gonta at all? Not the kind of guy who kills someone. Don't you know that about him by now? I'll never accept this! Don't you know Gonta at all? Damn it! Why won't you believe Gonta? Why are you listening to Kokichi? Aren't you my sidekick? Wake up, Shuichi! Why won't you believe Gonta? Why are you listening to Kokichi? Aren't you my sidekick?
This part is set up.
Wake up, Shuichi!
Oh,
Why
I
won't
pushed
you
it.
believe Gonta? Damn it! Who do you want to believe?
This part is set up.
Remember what Kokichi has done to us! Remember how Gonta's always tried to protect us! How could Gonta be the culprit? Still want to accuse him, huh? Saying the truth this, the truth that. There's a reason Gonta's not the culprit! Who do you want to believe? Remember what Kokichi has done to us! Remember how Gonta's always tried to protect us! How could Gonta be the culprit? Still want to accuse him, huh? Keep saying the truth this, the truth that. There's a reason Gonta's not the culprit! Who do you want to believe? Remember what Kokichi has done to us! Remember how Gonta's always tried to protect us! Damn it!
Kaito.
There's no way to leave the mansion from the rooftop!
Toilet paper. Discovered. Outside.
It ends here!
This is not good on the Nintendo
Damn
controller.
it!
The toilet paper we found outside the mansion.
The buttons are the buttons that they're labeled as, but since it's set up for like an Xbox controller, the positions they show are not correct. And the way the minigame is, the places they are on the screen somewhat correspond to where they'd be on the controller, especially that last part. So it's not super ideal, but I do not have an Xbox controller.
That's what the culprit used to get from the roof to the ground.
The toilet paper?
The same toilet paper that was used as the murder weapon. That's why we didn't find it anywhere else. Not at the scene of the crime, nor on Miu's body. It was outside the mansion.
Hold on. If they use the toilet paper as a rope to get down from the roof, then they need to tie it to something. But there was nothing to tie it to. I know because I investigated the roof.
There was the binoculars.
You're stubborn, Kaito. You're still going on about this.
Of course I am! I'm gonna believe in Gonta till the very end!
No, there was something that the toilet paper could have been tied to.
What?
Oh, it frees up like that. Yes, the place where the toilet paper was tied down. Right there.
There! The binoculars on the rooftop. The toilet paper could have been tied there. However, I don't think the culprit actually tied it down there. They just hung it.
I wouldn't be able to untie it.
used the doubled-up toilet paper to climb down. But in that case, they would have had to tug on it in order to take it down.
Yep, that's correct. Because I came up with that idea.
Really?
But I thought I told Gonta to put the toilet paper back in the bathroom. Oh, I guess he ran into someone on the way and then threw it somewhere close by. Looks like Kaito's morale is shot, so this whole thing is done now.
The matter does appear to be settled.
That... it's...
So, it's true. Going to really kill Mew.
But I'm the one who came up with the plan. Anyway, just admit your crime, Gonta.
Hard to admit to something you don't remember.
Even though you don't remember, you still did it.
But why did Gonta do such a terrible thing?
Wait, before you start crying, you gotta admit your crime first.
Stop! I won't let you, Kokichi. If anyone is gonna get him to confess, it's me. Gonta, I'm going to look back at the whole case one more time, okay? When you're convinced, you just let me know, all right? Let's end this together.
Gonta.
Okay.
Let's see. Color cord and the culprit stick in the right port. How do I... which... oh, it's these ones. Nope, cell phone. Map. Virtual world. You messed up the bridge. Doesn't look like it's available. Oh wow, a lot of things here. Wasn't proof that would be Kaito. That's not where that is though. Right. None of that was there. Object the new use. No. Oh no, cell phone is its own. And then Kaito's goes over here. What is this? Weapon, we don't have that yet. How cute they are. She's dying, but you know, whatever. We've got through the signboard into the river. And we have camera. Those over here, they're both. Signboard. using from the beginning. Concord. Outside the mansion. Finding smoothie. Shooting. Oh, look how cute he is. There we go.
This is the truth of the case! The case began last night. After being convinced by Mew, we all logged into the virtual world.
Should do dishes when I'm done with this.
To log in, you have to plug the memory and consciousness cords into the device. So, we all plugged those cords into our helmets and entered the virtual world. But the culprit had accidentally plugged their cords into the wrong ports. Because of this, a connection error occurred between the culprit's brain and their avatar. As a result, the culprit would forget everything that happened in the virtual world. It's possible that this had an effect on their avatar's personality as well. Because I can't believe that someone so kind could commit murder. But we had no idea this error even happened. And so, we all logged in one by one. Meanwhile, Mew was the last to log in. She had modified the killing game simulator so she could accomplish a specific goal. After Mew confirmed we were all logged in, she took out the bottle of poison. And placed it on Kokichi's seat. This was done to make it look like Kokichi was killed by poison when we returned. Yes, the reason Mew modified the simulator and brought us to the virtual world was to kill Kokichi in the virtual world, but make it look like he had died in the real world. After we had all logged in, Mew explained the world to us. Use the salon phone to log out. Objects are unbreakable. Your avatars use all 5 senses.
You're so cute.
She also explained the map of the virtual world in the mansion's entrance hall. But her explanation was intentionally false. She wanted us to misunderstand the world. However, one of us was able to see through her scheme. The very person Mew was trying to kill, Kokichi. Kokichi was going to use Mew's plan against her and plotted her murder. But Kokichi wouldn't do it himself. He used a patsy to be the culprit in this case. Kokichi was tight-lipped about the motive, so I don't know why the culprit agreed. But it seems as though right after logging in, when Kokichi and the culprit went outside, they were already working together to execute the murder. Eventually, we met up with Kokichi and crossed the river to the chapel. Mew had us split up to try to find some secret of the outside world. Kaito, Kokichi, Gonta, Tsumugi, and I investigated the mansion, while Maki, Himiko, Kibo, and Mew investigated the chapel. Splitting us up was also part of Mew's plan.
Mm-hmm. I should not say
At the
more
chapel,
things.
Mew told Maki that she was going to look around outside.
This is more or less what we know already.
She chased after our group while we were heading toward the mansion. Once she made sure we were across, she dropped the bridge into the river. This was to trick us into thinking that the river separated the mansion and chapel. At the time, we thought nothing of it. It was just another one of Mew's pranks. That's why we continued with the original plan to find the secret of the outside world. We went to the mansion and split up to look for clues. Kokichi searched the salon. Kaito searched the roof. Tsumugi searched the dining room. I searched the kitchen. And finally, the culprit searched outside the mansion. Around that time, Mew was headed for the wall that was on the side of the chapel. She passed through the wall and headed for the mansion to kill Kokichi. You see, the wall was a special wall that Mew had added herself. This wall was programmed so that only objects could pass through. And Mew had changed her avatar settings from human to object. That was the hidden route she prepared for herself.
Get better at seeing words and things around
She
me.
set up a wall that only she could pass through.
But I don't particularly want to interrupt him.
Mew headed toward the mansion, but she was seen by Tsumugi on the way. When she entered the mansion, she pulled out her cell phone. She didn't tell us that there was another way to log out. Then, she spoke a name into the phone, which forced that person to log out. It was Kaito who was on the roof at the time.
Hey, looks like you got a lift.
The same roof where Kokichi and Mew were going to meet. By having Kaito search the roof and then forcing him to log out, she was making him look the most suspicious, but her plan didn't go smoothly. Kokichi was waiting on the roof with a culprit and the toilet paper used to kill Mew. While Mew was distracted by Kokichi, the culprit snuck up from behind. And used the toilet paper from the mansion's bathroom to strangle Mew. This was only possible because objects in the virtual world are unbreakable. Mew's avatar was strangled to death, and the shock killed Mew in the real world. After the murder, Kokichi left the cleanup to the culprit and left the roof. He probably returned to the salon as soon as he could to avoid drawing suspicion. The culprit then took the lattice from the storage room and placed Mew's body on top, along with the hammer and the cell phone. The culprit heaved the lattice over the railing and forcefully slid it down the roof slope. With a body on top of it, the lattice became a makeshift sled and flew off the roof. It went through the wall that only objects can pass through before crashing into the chapel. That was the crashing sound that Kibo heard in the chapel and we heard in the mansion. Mew's wall hid the fact that the mansion and chapel were actually right next to each other. That's why Tsumugi and I were able to hear the crash from the mansion. As the final step, the culprit had to then get off the roof. Because we were at the mansion, they couldn't take the stairs or they'd be seen. So they used the toilet paper again to escape from the rooftop. They hung the toilet paper from the binoculars on the roof and used it like a rope to climb down. Once the culprit was safely on the ground, they pulled at the toilet paper to retrieve it. They would have returned it to the bathroom, but they ran into us as we were leaving the mansion. In a panic, the culprit tossed the toilet paper somewhere nearby. Without that one little mistake, we might never have solved this case because the culprit doesn't remember.
Oh, look, too.
This is the truth you've forgotten, Gonta Gokuhara, the ultimate entomologist. Gonta, this is the truth we've reached.
Sorry. Going to not really understand, 'cause going to not smart boy. But if everyone agree, then everyone probably right. Going to trust everyone.
Gonta.
But why? Going to kill Mew, forget everything. Going to even think he not do anything bad. And then going to try to blame someone else and make everyone suffer. Why? Why going to do such terrible thing?
Yeah, Kokichi, you owe people an explanation, I think.
Gonta, it's not your fault.
It's Kokichi's fault. He must have tricked Gonta.
Huh? I totally didn't trick him. Before we go into that, it's voting time. We should finish up the class trial first.
But is this the right answer? We're not being fooled by Kokichi?
For once, I wish that we were.
Huh? Wrapping things up already? What a buzzkill of an ending! It lacks the rush of previous voting times. Well, after so many killing games, I guess it was bound to happen eventually.
It's just as well. This killing game is a bad influence on the baby.
Oh my, Monotaro. You're even starting to look like a father.
Yeah! I gotta get my act together for the baby.
No, one of you is about to die.
together and let's begin!
Which one will it be?
The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless face off! It's voting time!
It's weird that I have to participate in this. Don't know if it's gonna come up relevant at some point. Sorry, Gonta.
It seems the voting has finished. Now then, let's see the result. Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice?
I do.
Or the dreadfully wrong one?
Voting for Kokichi, I think. I don't know what that background thing is meant to be. Oh, I don't know what I was asking for. It just says that there. It doesn't seem like I can interact with it. Weird.
Absolutely right!
Well, look at that. You voted correctly. Congratulations, you guys.
Let me hear your joyful voices!
Alright then. Give yourselves a hand. Let me hear your joyful voices.
Let me hear your joyful voices!
Why are you talking like that?
Damn.
Damn it. Why?
Wah!
Jeez, they're all just moping around. They should be happy for themselves. I know, I'm super happy. Hey, what should we name the kid? Good question. You should prepare 6 names.
Yay!
What? We're having 6 tuplets? I'm so happy I might go crazy.
And another thing.
Hey, Kokichi. You said this would liven things up. What gives, huh?
Here.
You said you were gonna liven up the killing game and the class trial. And I said I'd put the motive, the secret of the outside world, into the killing game simulator. That was just a lie.
Oh.
Oh, so it's just a lie.
What was that?
He just laughed it off?
Hey,
Are you satisfied, Kokichi? I want you to tell us. What is the outside world? Is it the motive you gave Gonta? I plan to explain all of that, but it's more like, how do I say it? You guys are just gonna assume it's a lie if you hear it come from my lips. Or if you hear it from my cute lips. Like,
Oh, I see.
oh yeah, and let's have Gonta explain.
Huh?
Huh? Gonta?
please stop!
Gonta doesn't remember anything. How can you expect him to?
All right.
Then we should all go back into the killing game simulator.
Huh?
What?
Because
Why don't we ask the Gonta in the virtual world?
But
But going back to the virtual world is... There's a much easier way than that pain in the ass method.
Gonta's memories didn't transfer over, so they're still in the virtual world as data. I can combine Gonta's consciousness from his last login with that leftover memory data.
Let's see.
Ta-da! Alter Ego Gonta is now complete.
Alright then. Why are all the screens so green?
Alter ego?
Basically, it's a separate Gonta that only exists in virtual space. If we listen to what he says, we should be able to find out what happened in that world.
Huh? What this? What happening? Huh?
Is this Gonta?
Huh?
Is that Gonta?
What's that mean?
What sort of phenomenon is this? What did you do?
Hey,
Relax, Himiko. It's not magic and it's not a trick. Alter Ego Gonta is just a computer simulation. It's just imitating Gonta's thought patterns. It's actually different from the real Gonta. Gonta not understand. Who this alter ego person?
now then.
See, it's even stupid like the real Gonta. You can hardly tell the difference. Plus, he's got Gonta's memories of the virtual world, so he should remember what happened.
Please.
Then, other Gonta, tell Gonta.
Why?
Why? Why did Gonta kill Miu?
Huh?
Kill Miu? Why does other Gonta know about?
Oh, man.
Unfortunately, our plan failed. You can tell them the truth now.
Oh. Gonta.
Then Gonta no could save everyone?
Huh?
Save everyone?
Gonta don't know.
Hey, answer Gonta. Why did Gonta kill Miu?
Wrong.
Gonta just want to save everyone. He wanted to save everyone?
That's...
Gonta, what do you mean?
Gonta.
Gonta think for a long time. How can Gonta be useful for everyone? Gonta not smart enough to help with trials. Gonta strong, but can no fight exocells. Gonta feel frustrated, cause Gonta could do anything. Gonta understand how this Gonta feels.
Yeah.
Technically, they are the same person.
But...
So that's why Gonta think he have to do it, for everyone's sake. Gonta think he gotta do it, because everyone else not want to.
Gonta.
So, Gonta kill Miu.
What?
What do you mean by that? I don't get it all.
Oh.
Jeez, Gonta is bad at explaining as always. I guess I'll have to help. So, if you remember what happened at that time... No, we shouldn't. If we want to prevent another murder from happening. Yoink, I'll take that keycard then. Kokichi used his lithe body to his advantage and took the card key from Monokuma.
Huh?
The card key. So you used it.
Yeah.
After working tirelessly, I finally found the door for the card key. After opening it, I saw the outside world.
What?
The outside world?
What?
That was Monokuma's motive? Why would seeing the outside world be a motive? I'll tell you guys in a second. But that was a plan that was when I found out about Miu's plan. And it hit me. If I combine the two, then I'd be able to save everyone.
Please wait.
Save everyone? What do you mean?
Hey!
Hey now, you gotta listen to everything I say first. Anyway, that's when I made a deal with Monokuma. If I livened up the killing game, and he would let me use the outside world as a motive again.
Huh?
Again.
In other words...
Let me chime in. Motive key card that Kokichi nabbed was the right to view the outside world. But even though he saw the outside world, he didn't try to use it for the killing game. That disappointed me, but then Kokichi suggested that we reuse the motive.
Yeah!
He said that we should bring it back the right to view the outside world one more time. I decided to run with that idea. So I loaded a flashback light with memories of the outside world and put it in the simulation.
Huh?
Memories of the outside world in the flashback light?
What?
Secret of the outside world in the virtual world was about the flashback light.
You know?
And if it was the flashback light, it would mean the secret of the outside world is part of our forgotten memories.
Huh?
What are you saying?
Wait,
Why would anything about the outside world be a motive in the first place?
Incomprehensible.
What's going on here?
Oh?
Huh? You can't remember? Okay, fine.
You get it?
Let's talk about the motive later. We have to finish up this case first. First, Monokuma hid the flashback light in the simulator, but I knew where it was hidden. And I showed it to Gonta in the virtual world.
hey!
Hey, you even knew where it was hidden? That's not fair.
To tell you the truth,
No, I just placed it. I never said I hid it.
too bad.
If anyone had asked, I would have gladly told you where it was. It's a little late for that.
Always messing around.
So Gonta was exposed to the flashback light. Yeah, when Kokichi and Gonta leave together... But Gonta can watch Kokichi, so he not do anything weird. Gonta, you're so sweet, but I knew you'd say that. Even without your ridiculous physical strength, as long as you're selfless and courageous, you'd make a terrific bodyguard. Bodyguard? With you by my side, I know I'll be safe from any trap. Okay then, let's go. Wait, Kokichi. It's okay. Leave it to Gonta. Gonta keep eye on Kokichi.
Could it be?
Was Kokichi trying to lure Gonta off by himself?
Maybe.
The only person I entrusted with the secret of the outside world was Gonta.
Gonta!
After that, Gonta got taken to forest near mansion. Is this flashback light? It looks like it. Maybe the secret of the outside world is hidden in it? We gotta tell everyone. Wait. Are you sure you want to believe a liar like me so easily? Huh? This might be a trap, you know. Shouldn't you check if I'm lying first? I mean, you want to protect everyone, right? This is the perfect time to do it. Protect everyone?
How'd this happen?
There. I'm going to remember secret of outside world. But that just confused Gonta more about what to do. What can Gonta do to save everyone? Gonta no could think of anything. So I told him, if he wants to save everyone, he should put everyone out of their misery. In other words, mercy kill.
What did you say?
What?
No way!
Was Gonta tricked?
Wrong.
No, you're not tricked. Because when Gonta remembers Secret of Outside World, Gonta think it would be easier to die. What? Remember what everyone said at the beginning? That this academy is hell? Gonta agree. Academy that forced students to be part of Killing Game is hell. So everyone think they want to escape this place, right? But if it's still hell outside, what do we do?
Huh?
What do you mean, Gonta? Inside is hell, outside is hell. What should Gonta and friends live for?
How'd this happen?
And everyone who died, what did they die for? It's hell outside and hell inside.
But
And then Kokichi told me the best way to save everyone from hell is to put them out of misery while they still not know. And only one who could do such dirty work is Gonta.
Yeah.
That's right. The only way you can save everyone is to free them from this hell. Gonta took on the dirty work for us. If he had survived the class trial, he would have lived in this hell alone.
Get it?
Gonta took on that role for us. Shouldn't we appreciate him more?
Hold on!
Wait a minute. I still don't get what's happening.
Um,
What outside world are you talking about? It's hell out there? What do you mean? What did Kokichi and Gonta see? What did we forget?
Hey,
Hurry up and tell us, or else we won't be able to understand it.
Right?
Gonta, what pushed you to do such a thing?
please.
Answer, Gonta.
Sorry.
Sorry, Gonta no can tell you.
Why?
Can't tell us. Why? Because if Gonta tell you, then everyone will end up like Gonta. Everyone despair.
Huh?
Despair. I know it. A despair that makes you want to die. A despair that makes you want to put everyone out of their misery. Did you think the kind Gonta would tell you about such a despair with his own mouth?
but
But now we don't know any more than when we started. Now you know how Gonta and I formed the Killing Game Busters, right? And can't you accept everything about this case? You can imagine the rest, right? I used Miu's plan and turned it against her. I hid Gonta away from sight, where Miu and I were supposed to meet. Loading up. Huh? Kaito's not here? Yeah, you're right. Oh man, I'm honored that you asked me to meet up with you, Miu. Is this a booty call? I like this. Or are you here to kill me? So you figured it out. But there's nothing you can do. You can't resist me. I made sure of it when I programmed your settings. Uh-oh. Guess I'm in trouble now. I'm sorry, but you should just give up. This is my only chance. I have no choice but to do this. My inventions will change the world. They'll make the world a better place. It's my duty as a genius inventor, so I can't afford to die here. Sorry, Gonta's so sorry. Don't be sorry, Gonta. She was trying to kill me, too. She said it was for the world or whatever, but that's just a poor excuse. We're doing this to stop the vicious cycle of misery, so you don't need to apologize. But... Gonta's sorry. Gonta's so sorry, Miu. I already said you don't need to apologize. We had to do this for everyone's sake.
It can't be.
It can't be. Gonta would never...
By the way,
You should know that it was Gonta's idea to slide the body to the chapel wall.
Huh?
What? Gonta's idea.
Gonta.
Before Gonta went to the roof, he happened to see Miu walk through the wall. Gonta tell Kokichi, and he'd think of everything else.
but
Gonta gave me that chance. I'd like to think we make a pretty good team.
Stop it!
Good? What's good about that? You're the worst.
Um,
That whole story, that's everything that happened.
well,
So in the end, you don't plan to tell us the secret of the outside world.
Sorry.
Sorry. Gonta no can tell you that.
Always messing around.
Well, I mean, hearing that story, it sounds like you were tricked by Kokichi.
How can this be?
Gonta did kill Miu. Gonta really did it.
Sorry.
Sorry. Everyone, Gonta is so sorry. Gonta. But Gonta's plan to save everyone failed. Gonta not save anyone. Gonta just make everyone suffer more.
Gonta, idiot.
Gonta is stupid. So stupid. How can Gonta call himself gentleman? Everyone, please forgive him. Gonta tried to save us all from despair by taking on the sin of killing us. But you reached for the truth, and Gonta's plan failed. What's that noise? That is destroying the box. All of you could have been saved if you died without knowing anything.
Huh?
So you're saying it was wrong to fight for the truth?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. At least Gonta and I think so. You should have all died ignorant. Gonta even killed Miu for that sake, you know?
Don't screw around.
Enough of your shit. You made him kill her.
Please stop.
No, Gonta is bad. Does Gonta kill someone? Gonta is murderer, it's true. Yes, Gonta make everyone suffer. That is true.
Sorry, everyone.
Sorry. Gonta is sorry, fail everyone. Gonta is sorry for being stupid. Gonta is sorry he make everyone suffer. Gonta's so sorry. We get it. You don't need to apologize anymore. You're probably all thinking that I should have taken on the dirty work and not Gonta, right? Everyone hates me, so the role of the villain is perfect for me.
I know that!
Yeah, I know already. It should have been my responsibility. But when I realized Mia was targeting me, I thought to myself, she must already have a way to prevent me from fighting back in the virtual world.
I suppose.
And in fact, you were right. She set it up so she could paralyze you with just a touch.
So am I!
That's why I had to ask Gonta. I would have done it myself if I could.
That's enough!
Okay, but you didn't need to push everything onto Gonta to...
Please stop!
Stop! It's okay. Everyone, please, don't blame Kokichi anymore. Please. Gonta, you... How nice can you be, Gonta? You really are stupid sometimes. You're right. Someone as stupid as Gonta could never be a gentleman.
Hey, hey!
Hey, so, are we done yet?
Huh?
What?
And another
You guys are starting to talk in circles, so let's just move on to the exciting stuff. Yes, the eagerly awaited punishment time.
So am I!
Wait, if you're gonna punish him, then please, punish me too.
Huh?
Kokichi,
I know that!
I'm prepared for it. If you're gonna execute Gonta, then It's okay, Kokichi. Please let Gonta sacrifice himself, for everyone's sake. That's all Gonta can do anymore.
But...
Just promise Gonta that everyone forgive each other and be friends, okay? Alright, I promise.
Okay!
Alright, it's time to punish the ultimate entomologist, Gonta Gokuhara. Oh man, I bet his punishment's gonna have lots of gross, nasty bugs.
Ah!
That's right, you don't like nasty stuff. No, it's not that. It's coming.
Yeah?
What? Already? The contractions are speeding up any minute now. I don't like...
Honey!
Wait, hold my hand.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
I've prepared a very special punishment for him.
Gonta!
Wait, please, I don't want this. Don't go, Gonta.
No.
Don't cry, Kokichi. Gonta is okay. Yeah, Gonta not cry. Gonta's really not scared. But
How can this be?
Gonta upset. Gonta upset. He no could protect everyone. Gonta, you can't cry either.
It's punishment time!
Well then, let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Sorry, everyone.
Gonta, love you all.
Gonta,
Gonta
idiot!
is so sorry for being stupid. Jeez. You also put the other thing in here. This doesn't seem very themed. Oh, okay. Shoot, robot thing, is that it? Boss, more likely. Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Both of them are gone. I didn't expect that. Sort of figured there'd be one left for the Chapter 5 execution. Jeez. Well, at least we don't have to hear any more from the Monocubs. Surprised? What a twist, huh?
Thrilling!
Even I didn't see that coming. All my little cubs have been destroyed.
Dang it!
Ah, so sad. All that cuteness gone to waste.
Why?
What are you talking about? You're the one responsible for this. Why would you do such a thing to your own children? As lately, they've been acting all buddy-buddy and neglecting me. Yeah, I'm never gonna get the hang of this whole parenting thing. Also, they had blood in them. The Monocubs. That's weird.
But how?
That's why.
Got a minute?
Doesn't matter now. You don't have the time to give him attention.
Okay!
My ear. Anyway, I'm gonna walk away quietly and go mourn my dead kids. Later! Why is the laptop still up there? Gonta!
Damn it.
Damn it. Why did it turn out like this? Jeez.
Got a minute?
Hey, Kokichi. Why don't you tell us now? What is the secret of the outside world? If we don't know it, then we won't be able to understand or accept it.
What was that?
I can't accept it either, Kokichi. What is the secret of the outside world? What kind of secret would push Gonta that far? Kokichi, if you really cared for Gonta, explain yourself to everyone, and I don't want to.
Huh?
You what?
I don't want to, stupid head.
Kokichi!
Oh man, did you fall for all that fake crying?
Is it, or are you messing with us now? Hard to say.
You're so dumb! I would never cry for Gonta!
What?
Fake crying?
Because?
If I said the actual truth back there, Gonta would have been real mad. That would have interfered with the game, so I simply lied to calm him down. See? As long as you lie for a good purpose, right?
What?
What?
Hey!
What do you mean, what really happened? Why did you make him do that?
Well, you know.
Obviously, so it wouldn't be boring.
Huh?
What are you...
Which means...
I gave Gonta an incentive because I thought it'd liven up the game. Come on, think about it. If I actually wanted to save everything like what Gonta did,
You really don't get it.
I wouldn't have betrayed Gonta. You should realize that.
Hey!
Then why did Gonta...
Who cares about that idiot? I want to enjoy this game filled with suspicion and betrayal from the bottom of my heart.
Kokichi gave us sort of creepy smiles. When I saw it, I finally saw Kokichi for what he really is. Malice. His entire body, nothing but raw, unfettered malice.
I am the supreme leader of evil, so it's obvious my personality would be twisted. The more you suffer, the more I enjoy it. There are people in this world who spread grief and misery for no reason than the thrill of it.
Am I going to be able to continue my free time events with you? Seems like maybe not.
And I'm one of those people. Nothing pleases me more than inflicting pain on others!
Seriously? Who the hell do you think you are?
Then,
So, for your own entertainment, you sacrificed Miyu and Gonta.
You're so dumb.
What's so bad about that? You kill people for money. Right, Makiro?
you bastard.
Someone like you has no right to call me Makiro.
Do you want to die?
You look so much better with a scowl on your face, Makiro. But hey, you guys are just way too trusting. If only you would suspect me more, then... Ooh. Miyu and Gonta wouldn't have died such meaningless deaths.
Don't screw around!
Meaningless deaths? Kaito screamed and sprinted up to Kokichi like a bullet. Punch him again! The dull thud resounded through our skulls.
Oops,
Oh.
sorry. I tried to dodge you, but I punched you instead.
Kaito!
You!
By the way, Kaito, is it just me? Or are you way slower? Maybe, just maybe, Kaito is hiding something from us too.
Kaito!
Kaito, are you okay? Kaito kept coming at him, and Maki glared at Kokichi with piercing eyes.
Got a minute?
For someone who claims to be bad at fighting, you were pretty agile just now. And you believed a lie like that.
You bastard.
Ooh. Kinda messed it up that Kaito seemed to jump into frame for a second there, but you know. You really want to die, don't you?
Let's have more fun.
Oh, did I finally provoke you enough? Is it because of Kaito? No, Maki. What am I thinking? Maki wouldn't lose her cool for a guy like Kaito. He's way too pathetic. He's all bark and no bite. Let's face it, the ultimate astronaut is just a trainee anyway. Kokichi never got to finish his provocation. No one cared what he had to say anymore. They all rushed to Kaito's side.
Right?
Kaito, are you hurt?
Are you alright?
Can you stand? Do you need to lean on my shoulder?
Sorry.
Sorry, my MP is at 0, so I can't use any recovery magic.
Oh?
Hey, why are you all so worried about this pathetic guy?
That's wrong.
Pathetic. Look at yourself, Kokichi.
Hmm?
What?
No.
Kaito always has us by his side, see? But no one wants to be around you. You're alone, Kokichi. You always will be. You're talking about friends. Friends don't make this game more entertaining.
Oh, man.
Jeez, boring. I'm no longer interested. I don't care anymore, but I will tell you this. The one who will win this game is me. Kokichi spat out those words and then left the room.
Kaito!
Kaito, are you okay?
Huh?
Hey, Kaito?
Hey!
You don't look well. It didn't seem like he punched you that hard, but...
What?
Did you hit your head or something? I'm okay. It's fine.
Okay?
Don't push yourself. You should lie down and... I said I'm fine. Kaito tried to get up, but... Ugh. Kaito doubled over, his knees gave out, and he collapsed hard.
What?
Kaito?
Blood? Why? What's the matter, Kaito?
Come on, don't freak out over this.
I think that's pretty reasonable to freak out about.
It's nothing. My cold just got worse is all.
That's not what cold does.
I didn't know that coughing up blood was a cold symptom.
You're a robot and you don't know that? I'm saying it's fine. Just chill. I just coughed too much and cut my throat or something. I don't know.
As he spoke, he somehow got to his feet. Yeah, that's it. I just need a drink of water. Sorry, but I'm gonna head back to my room.
Kaito!
Okay, I'll go with...
Shut up!
Don't follow me!
Huh?
What? I can walk on my own. I don't need your help, Shuichi. Kaito staggered off.
Well,
I'll go with him. It would be bad if he collapses on the way. Alright, we'll leave it to you then. Don't worry about it, Shuichi. Kaito is just stressed out is all. Why did it end up like this? I thought I could help. Thought I could help. I wanted us all to survive. And I wanted it so damn bad, I kept fighting for it. Fighting for the truth. And this is what I get? By trying to survive for just playing this stupid game. Just like Kokichi.
Damn it!
What are you doing?
It's almost time. Yeah, it's almost time. This should be enough. I'll end it.
Ooh,
Now is the time.
spooky.
I'll end this killing game.
This world is mine, Kokichiyama. Your handwriting is terrible. Oh, too. Virtual remake and an empty insect cage. Save the game. However, the trial has ended, so I'm going to stop here. Because that took a while. People were getting up, but I haven't heard from them. Maybe they're just being quiet? Okay, I don't need to save 3 times, it's fine. Gotta load up so I can open the menu. Yeah, you're just doing that. Something terribly helpful then. Right. Hopefully I should be able to return to the game soon. Let's see. Anything else I need to deal with? I should return to the game either today or tomorrow, most likely in the morning again. Definitely in the morning again. I'm just not sure precisely what time. Sometime. Probably around somewhere between 5 and 7, I would imagine. I'll get back to the game. In the meantime, I might get some more items from the mono machine or whatever. Because I was sort of running low on stuff that I knew would be good for the people I was hanging out with, which were Kokichi. Don't know how that's gonna go, if anyone will want to deal with him. That might be denied outright. Kibo and Tsumugi. So I should be able to hang out with them. I guess I can just keep giving Tsumugi sewing kits, because I have like 5 of those, I think. Not sure about Kibo though. Maybe I'll mess with the what's it called? The casino as well, since I think I remember seeing something about harder difficulties unlock as you progress through the game. Which means I might have harder difficulties, which will earn me more coins and be a lot quicker of a way to deal with things. I do want to get that one key. As much as I'm concerned about such an event on stream, I do want to see all the events. Oh well. But that's for later. Now I shall end the stream. I will get this archived onto YouTube in a bit. Yeah. Goodbye. Have a nice day.